Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing? Mr. C, how are you, sir? Sage Talk coming to you in the middle of the week. How's everybody doing out there? Going to give it a couple of seconds, see if a few people come on in. I realized it was kind of a last minute notice, so a few people may still be doing other things, checking out other streams, or whatever. As you come into the chat, drop a hello. Let me know you're here. Give me a high sign. This is Sage Talk. We're back for another edition. Isaiah, what's going on, brother? Papa Lee. I like that. Eric J, what's happening, brother? I'm looking forward to possibly having some of the favorite sisters that usually tap in on the show, because this show is definitely going to be something that a lot of women would want to pay attention to. And I'm gonna drop it as real as I do when I drop it for the fellas. First time here, conversation with LB. Welcome, sir. Hope it's not your last. Looking forward to this conversation today and the things that I'm prepared to reveal. I think you guys are going to get a lot of information to ponder. Unfortunately, the future does not look bright for some. Jordan, what's going on? How are you? How's everybody doing? Well, I'm gonna go into the introduction. Introduction is relative to the topic. However, I'm going to try and address several things during that period to try to pique the interest of those who are tapping into this conversation today. The big question is, when is a woman no longer a woman? And the subtopic is the dilemma of female empowerment. When is a woman no longer a woman, and the dilemma of female empowerment? Let's go ahead and get into it. You know, I've been in this space now just about a full year. I started in January. I believe that I had tapped in on a conversation in the Lapeef Network in either late December or possibly, late December, I believe. And then I was offered the opportunity to join the space. It's been a very insightful year. I've been listening to many things that females or, women have said, black, white, and many other groups of female types. But there are several things that's kind of like resounding that continues to ring out that women still say, which I don't have a problem with, and possibly most men don't either. However, it seems to be somewhat of a contradiction in terms of other things that they say, which I will get into. Let's get the lights up, everyone. The Real Precious, good afternoon. How are you, ma'am? And I would love for you to be able to add your voice to this conversation later today as we proceed. And if there are other lady friends of yours that favorite or patronize the network, tell them that they should tap in today, because Sage Talk is going to be on fire, I believe. There are four things that I tend to hear a lot or repetitively that women will say in this space, and just not in this space, but throughout the social media spectrum. Women are more educated than men. Women have more advanced degrees than men. You're in higher positions in the corporate world, more and more, obviously not more than men, but more and more. And in general, you're making more money than men, particularly when it comes to Black women and or women of color. And if that's true, and I'm going to accept your argument that it is, why are you begging? I'm going to repeat that again. If those four things I cited just now is true and accurate, and I'm going to assume that they are, why are you begging? Why are you always got your hand out for a man to give you something? If you are exceeding, superseding, and outperforming, particularly Black men, why do you have your hand out for men to give you stuff? And I'm going to get into this detail of the conversation because I want to lead into the main topic, and I think this is going to add some perspective, which is why I chose to begin the show in this manner. At this time, really, in our society, there's really not much difference between men and women. We never expect, as men, we never expect anything from the world. And the world don't give us anything. Chaotic Truth, welcome to Sage Talk, my brother. How are you? Whatever we get, we must take it or earn it. And in some cases, it's really the same. Now, I don't necessarily mean when I say take it, always physical, but more or less, men have to earn what they get. We work hard for the things that we want out of life. And usually until we succeed. And then when we attain the things that we want, we're able to enjoy the fruits of our labor, whatever those things may be. Money, cars, fashionable wares, boats, travel, vacation, women, so forth and so on. Ash, good afternoon, sir. Glad you can check in. The real precious. Thanks for tuning in. And obviously, if you could just listen at your work, that would be perfect. I don't have a problem with that at all. Multitasking is the way of the future. So men in general, and first I want to kind of lay out a premise because I think there's a mental perception of how men operate through the world and how women operate through the world. Men in general are selfless beings. Women are selfish beings, and in some cases, extremely selfish. And the reason why I think women won't really exceed, outperform, or be greater, even though they may say they are greater than a man. And when I say that, I'm talking about even the best of women. It's simply because of these two qualities. Men are selfless and women are selfish. Now, the reasons why that is, I really don't know. And I'm not going to try to speculate. But what I will say is that over the millenniums of time that we have existed, men have been the givers and women have been the receivers. That's just the way things are. And I'm making this statement because I notice some things that continue to present themselves. It's like women can't see themselves doing anything for a man without some form of compensation. And compensation is not always money. It varies, and it could be whatever it is that the woman feels is valuable to her. But as long as it's something that makes her happy, but it's always going to be something that's material. It's not something that's some form of an intrinsic type of thing. It's not going to be something that's nebulous where you can't put your finger on it. It's not going to be something that is just an expression. What's that? SC, I'm not sure how to pronounce this. SCK Rap Scarilla, the Reeler. Okay, I'll just say the Reeler. What up, brother? How are you? SOS. Oh, SO Hopeful. How are you? Good afternoon. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to have you back. Much appreciated. And what I mean by this is that in general, like a week ago, I did a show and I talked about how men would do things for a woman just for good sex. Like a man would have sex with a woman, and I'm talking mainly from like either a relationship or an extended long-term dating or definitely a wife or something like that. But a man would have good sex, and when he goes out the next day and he's walking down Madison Avenue, Park Avenue, Broadway, any of the main fashion or shopping areas, and I'm referencing New York because that's a space I know, they'll pick something up. They'll buy something nice for their lady. They'll buy her some stud diamond rings or whatever it is that he believes she likes, bracelet, may buy her a nice handbag or something. A man will just do that and then come home and give it to his woman. And many times a woman will say things like, "What is this for?" A man is never going to come out and say, "Oh, yeah, you blew my brains out last night. That's what it's for." No, he's going to say, "It's just for you, baby. I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you," or something to that effect. But it's going to be something where he expressed a complimentary gratitude for something that she did that he liked. And the contrary, a woman would have great sex, go to work, all her girlfriends looking at her, they see that glow on her face. Guess somebody got some last night. You're going to be like, "Yeah, girl, whatever." She going to be smiling, getting compliments. But when she leave work, she just going to go home. She's not going to go shopping and buy him nothing. And what was so funny is because I spoke to a woman last week and she said, when I asked her that question, she said a woman would usually take a cumulative of things that a man would do for her. And based on those cumulative things, if they meet a certain bar, then she will do something. It won't be for just one simple thing. They have to find a justified reason to give a man something. And that's the way they are, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think it also goes to the essence of our being, how we move in the world. So I wanted to lay that out first. I remember a few months back or earlier this year, I think it was Sheryl Sandberg is her name. Yeah, Sheryl Sandberg. She's CEO to Facebook, or COO, sorry, Chief Operating Officer. And she had an interview where she was talking about how women are having a difficult time getting the proper mentorship from high level blue chip company executives and the problem with that. And part of the conversation kind of led into the Me Too movement and sexual harassment charges in corporate America, and how those things are tempering men's judgment because of the potential exposure and risk. And many women try to play that down, with an off the cuff type of comment. Well, just keep your hands to yourself or don't say nothing out of place. But those are judgments that can only be made by the woman. A man don't know what those things are. Obviously, keeping your hands to yourself, a man know what that is. But men are really referring to what they might say. What I thought about when I was preparing this conversation for today, what I thought about was the way men attack a situation like that. If there's some type of a glass ceiling where men find themselves at some form of obstacle, roadblock, impasse, especially if the man have the background, the skills, the expertise, been 10, 20, 15 years in a business or more, men take their expertise and they go out into the world and they say, you know what, I don't have to deal with this. Start their own company, compete. That's usually how men will address situations when you reach a certain point where it seems as though progress is halted. Men look at, can I go around it? Can I deal with it politically, internally? Can I go under it, over it? Do I have to seek higher corporate authority to do a workaround? Can I network my way around this situation? And when all those things fail, simply put, a man will say, you know what? I got to build my own. Building your own, whatever that might be, requires a form of sacrifice, self-sacrifice, giving of yourself until the fruits of your labor pays off. And this is part of where most, if not all, and I rarely use the word all in any fashion, whether it pertains to men or women. But I think in this case, when it comes to sacrificing, that's usually something, especially in today's world, women find very difficult or unable to actually do. To give of yourself with no expectations of something in return, but working for something greater in the future. Let me give you an example of kind of like what I'm talking about so you can get a better picture, right? Let me see. First of all, let me check out some of the comments. Can't beat them, join them. SO, cool. The real precious, solutions oriented. And that's true. Men are solutions oriented. Trina, how are you? Welcome to Sage Talk. So my example that I'm going to use is pertaining to, obviously, modern women. And this is irrespective of color, irrespective of nationality or ethnicity, right? Let's say a woman marries a 1% man. A man who has he earns multiple millions per year. They've been married maybe between 3 to 5 or 6 years, 10 years, anywhere in that range, where the relationship has some grounding, standing. They have gone through a few things. It's not new. And maybe some years later into that relationship, the man gets sick or injured and he's unable to work again. However, he has put away enough assets, liquid assets as well, which is, money or things that can be turned into money very quickly. So he's got both hard assets and liquid assets and other investments. So as it pertains to the provision for his life, his wife and his children, that is still covered, even though he is unable to be productive as he once was. So often, the woman will leave the man. And it's not because he's not providing. It's because of something else. And I'll touch on that later. Whereas in the reverse, most men will stay with their wives. If she fell sick, if something happened to her and she was unable to fulfill her motherly duties and her wifely duties, most men will stay and continue to care for their wives or his wife. Now, don't get me wrong, he definitely might cheat, especially obviously if he's what we would term a high value man, economically, successfully, well known, accomplished. But that's a given for most men like that anyway, because that's what men do. And I'm not going to say that's what men do in terms of cheating per se, because I know many females do feel some kind of way. Linda, come on, that's a lie. Hey, Linda, good afternoon. Not sure if you're a new subscriber or a new follower of Sage Talk. Welcome to the show. Let's put it to the test. Let's continue the conversation. And obviously, this conversation today is really going to be towards the females. So if any women want to come up on the panel, you're welcome. You will have to cam up because that's the network's policy. And most of you have never seen you before, so I can't verify. But I would love for you to come up later and possibly add your perspective to that comment or that perspective. Now, when I say like men will cheat, men who are high achievers, they're like conquerors. They look out far into the future and they look at things that they want to achieve. Like in the past, centuries past, men of high success came out of either the military or noble families. Men like this have a strong appetite for many things. And their assuredness of their abilities is something that men will always check to verify that they still got it. And usually a man like that will put women in two categories. I'm not saying those are the only two categories, but I'm trying to make the conversation simple with this part. So men will put women into two types. The woman who will be a wife, who will bear his children, who he will care for and protect. and the woman who will be his prey. That's the woman that he will chase to keep himself sharp. Now, that woman is not necessarily one single woman. It could be. That could be a series of women over time. The higher the accomplishment in the man, the stronger the drive to conquer. So he will always be looking to test himself. Now, I'm not sure how many of you understand analogies, right? I'll give you an analogy, see if you guys can figure it out. A conqueror is to man as blank is to woman. What is that thing that's missing that describes a woman's nature? I'll give you guys a couple of seconds to drop your thoughts and ideas. A conqueror is to a man as blank is to a woman. What is that blank? Because here we're talking about the spirit of men, the nature, the spirit of woman, her nature. Wifey cheeks getting clapped. Okay. Submission, MC? No. Elusive? No. Territorial? Remember, the analogy is for the woman now, not for the man. A conqueror is to a man as blank is to a woman. What is that? Selfishness? That is part of a woman's nature, and it is strong, but that is not the one I'm trying to measure what that whole conquering spirit is meant and men are. SOS or SO. Conquering or conquered is not, well, a woman is not really conquered like that. A woman really submits herself, right? The sexual act is a submissive act. It's granted. Passage, granted. Acceptance. Attention, no. I'll give it to you because I don't see anyone that's going to get it. A conqueror is to a man as hypergamy is to a woman. A man who conquers and succeeds in his conquering raises his status in life so he can have the best option to choose from the women of the world that he wants. Likewise, a woman, her hypergamy is to reject men until she can find the right man to attach herself to. The difference between us, men will have to make themselves the best that they can be. So they can not only choose the woman that they want, but that the woman will also say, yes, accept. And normally what usually have a woman's hypergamy settles, and this is where I said I was going to get back to it later. I'm going to touch on it right now. What makes a woman's hypergamy settles when she find that man and bonds with that man or accept the hand in marriage and be with that man? She has to see that man as a God. She looks into his eyes and she drifts. Something starts happening in the back of her mind, but it really settles down to a certain level of admiration. And that usually allows her hypergamous nature to settle. Case in point. Many times, I'm sure many of us saw Kevin Samuel's show. And he had interviewed so many women, and he would ask them, would you marry a man that earned minimum wage between 45 and 50 grand? And every woman will give the same response. Now, I'm not saying the same statement, but the response, the essence of what they said was the same. It was always a conditional yes if he had an inner drive to succeed and be better. That was always the caveat. Rest in peace to Kevin. Absolutely. Thanks, Jordan, for the remembrance. What is the reason why women will always say that? And I would like to see what the women have to say with regarding to that point, right? It's always a conditional yes that they would accept a man that's presently at a lower economic station, but conditioned upon the fact that he have an inner drive to succeed and to become better. Can he achieve something? What is it that is so important to a woman that has to be a part of the condition? For her to accept a man at a lower station at present. Because whenever Kevin said his income will never change, he will always do this until he retires. 9 times out of 10, if not 10 out of 10, they always said, no, can't do it. Especially if the woman was accomplished and doing well economically. Excuse me. Doing well economically herself, right? Any suggestions, ladies? Why is it that women require that? Why do women always require that a man, if wherever he is at present is not where she could see herself being married to that man for a long period of time, or even the rest of her life, that she would require that this man have an inner drive to succeed, and that though you're here now, the longevity of our union, you can't stay here. You got to be further up, further ahead in life, somehow, somewhere. Masculine men don't, let me see. Polkman, masculine men don't need love, but that, is that supposed to be respect? But that respect, though, it's probably respect that you're trying to say, I believe. I thought the answer was clear. Women change every 7 years. I've never tracked women's behavior every 7 years, but there was a song back, I think, in the 80s or the 90s was called My Prerogative. To me, women change every day. They change with the breeze, with the wind. Consistency sometimes is very hard to pin down with women. But if you're talking about some other form of change, biological in some way, that's possible. The main thing I think that woman looks for is that the man must have some type of status. Which is what a woman needs to be able to turn off her hypergamous nature. If the man doesn't have a certain type of status, she's always looking for something better. Obviously, we know women filter everything through their feelings. So when she look into that man's eyes, she has to get a certain feeling. She has to kind of like see something about him that makes him unique and special. She has to get a tingly sensation about him. That's why I use the term, she have to see that man as a god. Maybe not a god that, make things, destroy things, whatever, but she have to see him as a man of some form of power. So even if he does have status, see Jeff Bezos. We'll get to that later. Good point. So the admiration needs to be there. Now, how has social media changed that? Because women are no longer really looking for relationships per se. They say they want it sometimes. They say they don't want it other times. Social media is filling that void for them. Likes, heart emojis, going viral. Those things are triggering the same feelings inside of them that they would get from when time passed. A woman used to look into her husband's eyes and become dreamy, as they would say, right? You can like float away. Today, women use technology to fill that void and other things as well. So my question is, the things that women say that they want out of life, it's going to be very difficult to achieve. And what I'm talking about is the equality and to be regarded in some manner equal to a man. It's directly linked to what's part of their nature, the inability to give of yourself without any expectation. Working for something, putting in sweat and time over years, knowing that you have a vision, but presently you can't see the outcome. Men do that all the time. Sometimes they fail. Sometimes they succeed. For example, let me give you another example, right? In the example about the mentorship and the lack of men willing to step up to mentor women. If the woman have the abilities, the skills, the education, the expertise in the business 10, 15 years or more. See, what a man would do, he would take his expertise out into the world and prove to himself that he has what it takes to not only compete, but to beat. What a man would do is build a company in the next 15, 20 years. That company succeeds to become a multi-billion-dollar company. He'll go back and buy the company where they didn't want to advance him, own that company and fire the CEO and the president and vice president and board of directors and bring in his own people. That's how men would do it. The difference between how men would approach that and how women would approach that is very, very different. Women want men to give it to them because they feel they deserve something. Men gave you the right to vote. Men gave you the right to own property. Men gave you equal status on the law with men in general. So my question again is, what else do women want men to give them? Like when you look at the fathers of America, you know what they talk about, the historians. How was America built? Did someone come and give America to the white people? How did they get it? Now, I'm not saying the finer details of what they did to build this country, the good, bad, and the ugly about that. I'm just kind of, I'm really trying to look at the nature of how men move. They went out, they warred, they killed, they conquered, they took, and then they built. Plain and simple. They didn't ask nobody for shit. Again, men are conquerors, women are hypergamous. Men are predators, the woman is the prey. Our spirit is different than yours. The way we move through life is different than yours. Trying to change a man's spirit is a fruitless activity or endeavor. Likewise, men trying to change women is also fruitless. See, a man that's a hunter, he will go out, he'll go into the jungles of Africa, he'll shoot the biggest rhino, cuts its head off, and mount it in his office at home or in his business. And when his business associates, his personal friends comes over to his house, that head is a symbol of his accomplishment. Going up against another predator and succeeding, which is men have to figure shit out in life. Nobody give a shit. And what I'm trying to kind of communicate is if women want the respect from men, like men respect other men, they're going to have to do something different. Now, I'm not speaking about men and women in relationships. I'm really talking about accomplishments and success. So if you're a businesswoman, you're a career woman, if you really want the type of respect that that has been afforded men, you're going to have to do something very similar. You're going to have to succeed on your own. You know, we say things like getting it out of the mud. That's what that means. With all the tools that you have at present, your degrees, your economic status, your career advancement within the world, the knowledge and expertise that you have developed, at the point where you can't get any more from a man's hands, go take it yourself. Build your own. You know, Kevin used to have a saying also, and that was really what kind of got me to focus in this space, because it kind of reminded me of, you know, in my previous career when I used to be on Wall Street. It was a very similar statement. He said, show your work. Show your work will show your worth. Meaning, build yourself. Stop begging, stop asking people for shit, and do the work. And when men do that, men get respect. And when men get respect, they also get rewards, compensation, economic, fame, you know, things, toys, boats, cars, planes, jewelry. And of course, one of the favorite things that men like, women. I don't know if you guys remember, like a month or so ago, there was an interview with what was that it was excuse me, what's the brother name? LeBron James and several other people were sitting in a meeting, and it was the female who is a retired female WNBA player. And she made the comment that the NBA should like donate a portion of their salary to the women to get them to make more money or have more money. And many men took offense to that. And what it shows is that women continually keep asking men to give. Yet they say they're as good or better. They're equal to. They have the Draymond Green. Thank you very much. Who's that, Nate? Thanks, Nate. Draymond Green, correct. He pushed back on that. LeBron didn't, but he pushed back on that. And he made his position very clear. See, one of the problems when you give people shit, they don't appreciate shit. When you work for it and you achieve it, you appreciate what you build. Like if you look back in the 70s and well, from the 60s to the late 70s going into the 80s, when you had the ABA League, the American Basketball Association League, right? You had guys like Dr. J, Lou Alcindor, Walt Frazier, Earl the Pearl, Walt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and many others. Those guys were making very similar money to what the women are making now, between 50 and 100,000. Some may have exceeded because of their noteworthiness and their ability to maybe do agreements with different marketing companies to sell products. But then later the NBA was formed, and it was this Darrell Long, facts. Larry Bird and Magic Johnson saved and built and helped establish the NBA for what it is today. And I think what women fail to realize is that if you really are as good as you say in your sport, if you want to be able to sign multi-million-dollar contracts and get brand deals, whether it's through sneakers, sportswear, makeup, and beauty wear, you can get those things. But why don't you earn it? Why don't the WNBA players say to themselves, you know what? We can be as good as the men, to whatever degree that would be, right? Measurably. And build the league. Become better players. Get your fans to tune in. Grow your fan base. Get the support. Get the watch time on TV so you can get the advertisement behind the league and the league can make more money. Increase ad revenues. Well, you guys don't need stadiums built now because you can use, the stadiums that exist. But with the fans supporting you with their dollars and buying the stuff that you guys promote, that will open the door for you to make more money. There is no better satisfaction in the world than a person who have built something with their own hands, metaphorically speaking, in this case, with the reference of sports. And the world can see it the world over. And one of the things I would say is that once you have the taste of success, especially at a high level, success breeds success. And it adds a certain level of confidence, and you continue to push yourself to be better. And not only that, the young people watching you want to be like you. The young girls want to be like you. The young guys will buy your sportswear, buy it for their wives, buy it for their girlfriend, buy it for their mom, buy it for their sister. People love supporting winners, as opposed to begging the NBA, give me more money, give me more this, give me more that. Stop begging. Women, not only black women, but women in general, stop begging. Especially some of you, not obviously not the ones here at this network, but in the space in general. You can't say men are no good, men are rapists, men are violent, men are predatorial, men are evil, we don't like you. And then you come over and you get your hand out. Like, that's not a motivating way to get shit anyway, in any kind of life. Because I know as men, if we talk bad about women and then we turn around and say, we want you, y'all be looking at us like, nigga, please. See, one of the words that's attached to begging, and I'm using the word begging because it's a type of word that implies that you're not worthy. Someone have to give it to you. The word that's really synonym for begging is I deserve. That's begging. Nobody deserves nothing. You got to earn it. That's an expression of entitlement. Nobody owes you nothing. Go out and get it. Respect, many times, respect has to be earned, especially if you're talking a very competitive way in which the world operates today. Make men a believer. Show us that you can compete on such a level that we can say, man, these women are no joke. And this is one of the reasons why the MCU is failing, because men men fall, they get up. They fall, they get up. They fall, they get up until one day they stand strong. But you never see in these action movies, these comic book type action movies, you never see the weakness of a female superhero get defeated. She's always super strong, more exceeding than any other male superhero, and she just conquers everything. That is unrealistic because it doesn't process well in the mind, because people know that's not really how reality works. Failures teaches you things. You know, it's like a girl that have 4 or 5 brothers. They're riding two-wheel bikes and she's riding a tricycle, but yet she wants the respect like she's riding a two-wheel bicycle. That's how the WNBA is acting towards the NBA. Like, these guys are riding bicycles. You want a tricycle and you want the equal compensation. No, graduate and get to a bicycle. And then people will say, yeah, you doing it. You rocking. We see you. Grow your talent. If people give you stuff, you never get better. You get worse. And that's where that I deserve come from. You start to feel like I'm entitled to it. You owe me something. And nobody owe nobody nothing. Another example, and I think you guys will be able to really tune into this, right? Kim Kardashian, Kim K. She's worth at least $1 billion or very close to $1 billion. There are other members of her family who are worth $1 billion. The overall family corporation, they're definitely worth several billion. Her former husband, Ye West, he has lost multiple billions over the past several months. Yet she went to court to get the court to give her $2.4 million a year for child support. That's what I'm talking about. She built herself. She is more than capable of providing for her children. And I'm not saying that the father shouldn't provide. That's not what I'm saying. But we can see from Ye's action, he has not presented himself as a man who is slack with his kids. He went out and bought a house right next door, practically just so he could see his kids. He understands from what happened in his life when his mother yanked him away from his dad, how that affected him. And he don't want that with his kids. But just because they can use the law to get more, to give them something, they'll do it. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a nature in the way in which women behave, that the things that they say they seek will really never happen for them on a broad scale. On an individual level, yes. But on a broad scale, for women, your mind operates differently. You always got your hand out. Even when you don't need it. It's not like she don't need it. I mean, it's not like she needs it. And it's not like Kanye won't give to take care of his children. That's not even a issue. The problem is the deserving entitlement, the way in which women think and move. The way the human mind works, trial, tribulation, error, mistakes, these things build you up over time to become excellent at solving other problems in life. But you must first go through a certain level of training. When people give you stuff, you never develop the training, the mental capacity to be able to problem solve at high levels. And that's not something that a mentor, an executive could teach you. You know what teaches you that? And I'm sure maybe any of the men in here that may have sons may have either experienced this or seen it, read about it in a book, saw it in a movie. Going fishing, right? I love fishing. I used to go fishing a lot. I used to go salmon fishing, blue fishing, bass fishing, mackerel fishing. I used to do all kind of fishing. But big mouth bass, those are lake fish, freshwater fish. They sit deep down at the bottom and they eat low. They usually hide in shrubs and bushes that grows in the water. But there are many times you'll sit out on the lake and the sun, you get out there at 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and you might sit out there for 8, 9 hours. Or you might go earlier, right? 6 a.m. You might sit out there 10, 12 hours on the lake, drinking beer with your father, with your uncle, with your brothers, with your cousins. And you catch nothing. Every week, every weekend, you go back. You might do that for a month, 6 weeks, almost 2 months. And then finally, boom, you get a bite. Rainbow trout. Yes, I used to love that. There's a place on Amsterdam Avenue, Italian place, makes it the best. They had a brick oven. Don't remember the name of the place now. But there's several things that teaches you. It teaches you tenacity, to never give up. It teaches you single-mindedness, to focus and not be distracted. It allows you to be determined. It also teaches you, I saw somebody dropped it earlier, patience. And the true benefit of patience is to subject your emotions. Because what usually causes people to fail is that they quit. And the reason why they quit is because there's an emotional attachment to feeling like you fail before you succeeded. So you quit early. And there's nothing that is more, how can I say? There's nothing that is more not respected than someone who has a reputation or is known to be a quitter. Quitters never win. Quitters never win. So I wanted to kind of lay the groundwork to my introduction before I get into the full-blown topic. When a woman is no longer a woman, the dilemma of empowerment, understanding the long game. And this is where women truly fails. They fail not having perspective. Women are very event-oriented. Action, glittering lights, bottles, parties. Those things excites women. That's why, like, marrying a guy that has a 9-to-5 or have a job that is just kind of like boring, women will say, nah, I can't be with a guy like that. It's too boring. No excitement in my life. Yada, yada, yada. They want the guy that's, going to the parties, hanging out, popping bottles, doing all the crazy stuff. But usually men that move that way do not play the long game. They play the momentary event activity stuff. And sure, there's some people who have long money, so they could do whatever they want to do. But practical people, which is the majority of a society, not talking about the 10 to 1%, We're talking about the 50 to 80% or 70% of humanity, men particularly. It's methodical. It's day in, day out. But because women are like, they need that triggering stimulation constantly, they're not able to focus on the long game. So today we're going to have a conversation about the long game. My birthday was a couple of weeks ago, and I just celebrated it last week. So that was part of the reason why I wasn't able to do the show on Sunday. Got in too late, had a few too many drinks, had a great time, and my mind was not sound enough to deliver this particular content that I wanted to do. But I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who's also the girlfriend of my buddy, and we were all hanging out together. And I said to her, I said, one of the most powerful words in the English language. So she was like, what are you talking about? So I said, do you know what is the most powerful word in the English language? Now, I know there are many powerful words in the English language, but to me, this is the most powerful word. And it's not a single word. It's really a phrase. I'm pregnant. When a man hears the word, I'm pregnant, his whole world changes. If he's married to that woman or in a relationship with that woman, his whole life changed immediately. He's thinking 10, 15, 20 years down the road, what do you have to put in place to make sure his wife and kids are good? If the man is just, someone you're kicking it with, and you tell him that, he's going to do everything for you to get rid of that baby because he don't want his life to change. I'm pregnant is the most powerful word that a woman can say to a man. It's life-changing. And this is where I'm talking about the long game. Who has it said this? Pokeman. I've heard I'm pregnant 7 times since I was 15. Obviously, it wasn't your wife, I guess, because you weren't married at 15, right? But yeah, I've heard it several times myself. It's a serious situation. And many women know the power of that phrase, that statement, that word. And some use it maliciously. Some use it to entrap because they want to be with the man. Some use it to extort because they know the man don't want it, but he will pay to get rid of it. So women use it for their own benefit. Laughing my ass off. I'm good, the real precious. Okay, that's a ancillary conversation happening in the chat. Perfect, beautiful. Jordan Landry, Mr. Lee, dropping major facts. Absolutely. I want to really drop it today because this conversation really is focused on women, not men at all. Men, you're here, take the benefits of what's here for you. But this is all about women today, this show. Why I say that women don't understand the long game. And this is something where, especially if you got military people in your family, male or female, military-minded men are very strategic men. Very similar to CEOs, top executive that runs, global operations, whether it's in Asia, whether it's Middle East, whether it's Europe or the United States, North America, or South America for that matter, right? Because it implies that there's long-term planning to create a consistency in performance to reach an objective goal. And usually for corporations, how is that measured? It's measured quarterly. It's called earnings. Earnings report and projections determine the proper foresight of leadership. Long game. Sometimes in a long game, you have to take what? short-term losses. Short-term losses may be necessary to make strategic changes for the long game win. You know, for the past, I would say, I don't know, 10 years or give or take or so, I've been wondering, like, what's going on with America? What's going on with the white man in power? Not only in the United States, but in Europe, UK, Australia, and many other places that follow this Western infrastructure business and political policies. And I'm like, why are they giving these women all this power to make laws that seemingly constrain and or punish men just for being men to being alive? I'm like, didn't they learn from Rome? So I was thinking like, yo, man, that there was a failure at the top with regard to leadership, not only from America, but other major countries around the world. But then several things started to happen that gave me some insights. The first thing I saw was about a month ago. I saw a sheep in a bag, an embryonic bag. But at that time, it didn't click. I saw it. I'm like, okay, I know what that means, but I understand, you know, because I used to work on Wall Street, I used to get like pharmaceutical and biotech. I used to have to read those reports because once they get through to human trials, which is phase 3, they need to submit to the SEC and they need to submit to the FDA to get approval for those level of testings. So I was like, until they get to phase 3, I'm not even going to worry about it. So at that time, I didn't really make the connection. I was thinking, nah, the technology has got a long way to go yet, yada, yada, yada. I'll see what happens when they get to human trials. And then, boom, this happened.
Introducing Ectolife, the world's first artificial womb. Introducing Ectolife, the world's first artificial womb facility. The Elite package allows you to customize your baby's eye color, hair color, skin tone, physical strength, height, and level of intelligence. It also allows you to fix any inherited genetic diseases that are part of your family history so that your baby and their offspring will live a healthy, comfortable life, free of genetic diseases. A single building can incubate up to 30,000 lab-grown babies per year. Ectolife allows your baby to develop in an infection-free environment. The pods are made of materials that prevent germs from sticking to their surfaces. Every growth pod features sensors that can monitor your baby's vital signs, including heartbeat, temperature, blood pressure, breathing rate, and oxygen saturation. The artificial intelligence-based system also monitors the physical features of your baby and reports any potential genetic abnormalities. The pods are equipped with a screen that displays real-time data on the developmental progress of your baby. These data are sent directly to your phone so you can track your baby's health from the comfort of your zone. The app also provides you with a high-resolution live view of your baby's development. A special section in the app allows you to watch a time-lapse of your baby's growth and share it directly with your loved ones. Because babies can recognize language and learn new words while still in the womb, Ectolife growth pods feature internal speakers that play a wide range of words and music to your baby. Through the app, you can choose the playlist that your baby listens to. Our goal is to provide you with an intelligent offspring that truly reflects your smart choices.
Boom. Now, when I saw this, I realized one thing. They are already in human trials a long time ago. See, one of the things too, in terms of how major corporations work in certain fields is that if a particular science, to probe and develop a particular science, is illegal in one country, corporations could do it in countries where it's not illegal, where there are no laws preventing those studies and advancements. And my coming from in my earlier, before I got in my earlier life, before I came into finance, I used to work in engineering. And in engineering, nuclear engineering specifically, companies were awarded various contracts to build different aspects of the plant. So you could be in wastewater. You could be in the cooling systems, which are fin fans. You could be in large bore and small bore piping, which can go anywhere from a 1/2 inch up to about 10 inches is small bore, and then from 12 inches up to 10 feet diameter is large bore. You can just walk right through the pipe. Or you could be in the control room, or you could be in reactor generation, right? So different companies got different parts of the whole project to develop and build. The part of the project that you have, you don't see the other part of the project. But there are people at the top. They got the whole system laid out. They're looking at everything. So when I saw this ecto-life presentation, this embryonic technology being proposed, birthing children outside of the female body, boom, I was like, oh shit. That's when something else I made a connection with also. And I'm sure some of you may have heard it. Maybe some of you haven't. Cambridge Dictionary dropped the new definition for a woman this week or last week. The original definition says a woman, an adult female being. Female human being. The new definition that's been added is an adult who lives and or identifies as a female, though they may have been said to have a different sex at birth. Which means there's not a single definition for a woman anymore. When I saw that, I was like, damn, these white boys is not bullshitting. I don't know if women really understand what's going on at this moment. See, one of the things about how releasing advanced technology goes, they're marketing it towards women who have had cancer or were unable to give birth from the time they became a woman, some injury or something that affected them. That's how they're marketing it. This is going to help you. Very similar to how they initially marketed abortion. Abortion was marketed based on two things: grape and incest. The thing is that I don't think when they gave abortion, they anticipated how women were going to react to that. In the United States, in the past 50 years, women have killed 65 million children. You think it's a coincidence that the presidents of the United States are allowing millions of immigrants into the US? Now, I don't know what the stats are in the UK, in France, in Germany, in terms of abortion, and other countries where it's legal to do so, Australia. But you're talking into the hundreds of millions of children that were not born. See, people who build things understand what it takes to maintain the things that you build. A small society, a village, a community, a little neighborhood only requires a certain amount of people, because some people have to go out and work. Some people have to go out and get the food. Some people have to do security and protect. And there have to be a certain amount of generation of people being born to replace those who die early, get injured, sick, and or live to old age, but after a certain time, they can't perform at the levels they once did. But when you build a society like we have today, that's problematic. This society requires millions of people being born yearly to keep it sustained. This is a problem for the world that they had established, an unforeseen circumstance. Now they have to figure out, okay, how are we going to solve this? Another way in which they're going to roll this out, and you're probably going to see this come out real soon, it's going to be military application. Enhanced soldiers is going to be used in military applications. I don't know if you guys noticed, but from the automobile sector of Tesla, Elon Musk have removed themselves as the person who is running that, the CEO. They were recently nominated the vice president to oversee that, to become the new president or CEO. But he also dropped something last week too. Brain implants in human beings. Cybernetics, the Borg, in other words. The cybernetics testing that they're looking to launch is not so much to enhance humans, not yet. What they want to do is gather data live out of a person's brain. Neuralink. There you go. Jordan. Neuralinks is really how now they could get the feedback knowledge directly out of the brain. So the AI machines can study and learn and progress faster, thinking, solving, analyzing, and self-taught. Nobody wants to be writing programs for robots forever. Self-taught is where we need to be. Yeah, let me put that up there. Yes, I forgot to make a note for that for this movie, but thanks for bringing it out, Miss Parker. I haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Total Recall, absolutely. Total Recall is one of those type of movies. And it's so funny because a lot of the things that they're doing, they've been dropping it right in front of our face bit by bit by bit. And if you're not studying, not being aware, if you don't read, if you don't kind of understand certain things, it's just going to go over your head and you're going to think it's fantastical. It's not fantastical. They're building it as we speak. Been working. Make that money, girl. Absolutely. No problem. So as I started to see these different things come together, I started to realize, whoa, wait a minute. This is more than just a theoretical idea. This is application use, implementation, ready to roll out. Most people will regard Elon Musk as the golden child, the genius in tech of our time. He wants to head up this whole biotech, Neuralink, AI development, strategy, and planning, brain augmentation, all this stuff. The way I see it, you're looking at 4 different types of females that's going to be rolled out in the next 10 to 20 years. You're going to have a natural woman. You're going to have trans woman. You're going to have cybernetic women, which is women with electrical biotechnology attachments to them. And then you're going to have straight up female robots. Let me show you something else I was able to pick up on. See if I can get this. Let me see if I can pull this up. Give me a second here. Okay. Can you guys see the screen? Okay. This is Gabriella. That's Gabriella. I was doing some checking after I was looking at this story from last week. And they've got this new type of silicone that they say is as sensitive as a woman's skin, but more towards a baby's skin. Soft and supple, inside and out. Wears a long time, doesn't have that smell that, you know, silicone usually have. This is the next level shit. Now, I'm going to show you something else. South Korea and Japan have now perfected, they're the best when it comes to robotics. Not that factory arm thing that just be moving around and build cars. No. Fully human-like robotics. Robots that can dance, break dance, rap, slam dunk. I was like, what the? Straight up. So let me show you this other video. Not going to show the whole thing, just a part of it. But I want you guys to really understand where we are presently in the rollout of many of these technologies. It's not something that is a figment of one's imagination anymore. It is becoming our reality today. South Korea. Okay. Okay, let's see. I forgot to launch it.
We'll talk about how South Korea recently debuted completely functional female robots and how
you guys
that will affect
hear?
events going forward. If
Drop
you're curious
a one in
more,
the chat if
be
you
sure
guys
to watch
can
the
hear.
video.
Let me
I am
pause it momentarily. Drop a one in the chat if you guys can hear everything. Drop a one if you can hear. Drop a two if you can't. I'm going to start it again and you guys let me know what's up. I want to make sure you pick up on everything that's going on. Okay, so you guys were hearing it. Perfect.
Incredibly proud and humbled by this distinction to be the first robot in the world to be recognized with citizenship. Please subscribe to our channel, like this video, and click the notification bell button to stay updated on world politics, finance, international market space, and anything else in the world of technology. A woman flaunts her stunning appearance and dance abilities in a YouTube.
Now, in the notice over here, it says South Korea just delivered fully performing female robot, meaning it can walk, sit, smile, give different form of expressions, sad, happy, emotional expressions. It can move in every which way like females do. And in general, can move as humans do. It can shake your hand without crushing it. It can pick up an egg without crushing it. They've been working on this technology, at least when I was checking it back in the day, back in the late 90s, 98, 99. I've been aware of this for a while. But now it's being launched.
Commercial for an insurance provider. Within a month, this advertisement had more than 10 million views. She's a virtual human, however, something that the general public originally missed. Messages like, I want to search for who the model was and couldn't believe she was a virtual human. And it's remarkable how lifelike she is, given that she's a graphic, was sent by those who were surprised after learning about the discovery. The era of virtual humans is now in its prime. The uncanny valley, which is a barrier to.
I'm not going to go through the whole 8-minute video. I just want to kind of present for you where we are. Yes, robots. Let me drop this. This guy's too funny. Jordan, you're too funny. Robots twerking now. Yes. Robots twerking. Anything a woman will do, they can do. So where are we going with this? You know where we're going? We're going to a whole new world, to a whole new place. LGBT, let me kind of paint a picture for you right now, right? Today we hear that 30% of men, and this is not just black men, but men in general within the United States, are either virgins or haven't had sex in more than 3 years. And we know that men lie about having sex and women lie about not having enough sex. So women want to keep their body count down. Men want to improve their body counts. So if 30% of men are admitting, that means in reality, it's much higher. That means it's more like 40 to 45%. Because the men who are not having sex that don't want to make a comment, they're just not going to say nothing. So we know that's a self-reporting statistic. So more than likely, it's a lot lower than it is higher. I'm sorry. Yeah, the statistic is lower than it's higher as it pertains to real life situations. So if you've got a guy right now that's 15, 16, 17 years old, and he ain't getting no play from no chick, you've got guys who are gamers, tech heads. These are guys that are going to be way up in advanced technology in the next 15, 20 years. Like guys like myself, guys who are in their 50s, guys who are in their 40s, and guys who are probably in their 30s and mid 30s. We know what it's like to be with a real woman. So generally, people might say, you know what? Us, we won't deal with that. But you have men that haven't been born yet that in 25 to 30 years, they're going to have different type of women to choose from. And because of the laws and the way things will be structured, they could just get the woman they want. If you have the money, you can get the woman you want. And this is the dilemma I was talking about earlier for women. when I said a dilemma of empowerment. The dilemma of empowerment is, let me see if I can bring that up. I'm going to go to banner or brand. I saw this the other day also. Where is it? Come on, where did that clip? Okay. Let me see if I can make this bigger so you guys can see. Okay. It says catcalling to be a crime with sentences up to 2 years. Let me take your comment down so I can show it clearly. Give me 1 second. The government has announced that public sexual harassment can become a criminal act and that it will be punishable by up to 2 years in prison. Plans supported by the Homeland Security, Suella Braverman, would make it illegal to catcall, to follow and block someone's path. This is in the UK. While sexual harassment is already illegal, it's hoped that by creating a new offense, that people will be encouraged to report incidents to police. There's also another one. I didn't get that for today, but if you stare at a woman too long and she becomes uncomfortable, you can be reported. If the woman becomes uncomfortable with you looking at her, she could take out a picture. She could take a phone, take a picture of you looking at her, or take a quick video of you looking at her, call the police, report you, and you can be picked up. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to literally go to jail, but you could go through a whole harassment process. You may have to go out and hire a lawyer. If you got money, you may just have to settle it and move on. But if you're just an average guy, or you're just doing well, you're making good money and you live in your life, saying something to a woman, even if it's a compliment, if you're not the man that she wants to be complimented by, you could find yourself in a lot of trouble. You could find yourself in a lot of trouble. The next part of this situation is and this is the kicker. By women putting all these laws in place, in the end, it's only going to come back to hurt women. Because like I said, men are conquerors. Men are the predators. Men are the ones that go out to capture the things that they want out of life and get it. Making it illegal for men to even talk to you, that's only going to hurt women. It's not going to hurt men. It might make the SYSBM and the passport bros, explode and become even bigger and more world-renowned as a movement. But women where these laws exist, the UK, the United States, Australia, places like that, France, you know something about power? Power is very similar to drugs. Now, I've never taken fentanyl, and I won't. But I was watching a documentary on it last week, and one hit could make you hooked forever. See you in 20 years. You're done. The thing about power is that it does the same thing. It triggers very similar things in the brain. And I think right now, because women have never really had this much power put in their hands, they don't realize the consequences of the laws that they're putting in place. See, laws are like taxes. A state or municipality may add a toll tax to repair the roads, to upgrade the toll system, to upgrade technology, whatever, to put in security cameras and other things. But if that tax pays the bill in the next 3 to 5 years, they don't ever turn the tax off. They don't ever say, okay, we've accomplished what we wanted to do, and we're going to remove this tax and we're going to go back to normal pre-tax days. No, that don't happen. When a tax is added, it stays. Very similar to laws. Laws are difficult somewhat to become a law, but once they become a law, they never come off the books. Like there are laws right now from the slavery time that is still legal right now. They just don't use them in court as often. Sometimes they go back and they pull some out of a hat when they want to get somebody. But laws don't come off the books. And what's likely to happen as we continue in this situation, a woman could literally become a natural born woman, an endangered species. When they say they're not protected, that could be a real situation real soon. Because if a man witnessed a crime against a woman and he steps in and the woman still gets hurt, the woman can say, I'm going to sue you because you should have stepped in earlier. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. I'm going to drop you another little clip. Let me see how I can get this one. Do I even have it set up already? There's another clip that I had. Okay, I need to get this thing off of here. 1 second. Okay. There's another link that I want to see if I can show you guys on something else that's happening. And this is deep as well. Where did I put it? I'm not sure if I'll be able to play this one because I'm locked out of my Instagram account. Okay, so let me see if I can first forward it to, where's my phone? Let me see if I can move it to a different account that I have access to. Okay. Bear with me a minute. Okay. Send to. Okay, let's see. Maybe I can do it a different way. Oh, I can probably do it in YouTube Premium. Perfect. Stop sharing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. The ladies still think they're a 10 with no competition. Yeah, that's another thing. You know, realistic perceptions of oneself. That's an issue too. But hey, okay, women say everything. Okay, let me see. Let me know if you guys can hear this one, because when I tested, I didn't hear the volume. But oh, okay, here we go. Shout out to Angry Man. Thus, giving her the power in the relationship. Not talking about it and telling himself every time. Now, this was very insightful. Were you guys able to hear everything? Oh, yeah. Salute to Angry Man, no doubt. Angry Man is my man, bro. I love the way he presents things. Very clear and concise. But, and absolutely to the blow up and the success of Angry Man going on right now. If anyone here is not a subscriber, go check him out. Angry Man is, in the past, I would say like 6 weeks, he's dropped like 120, 100 and something subscribers already. He's like north of 160. Went from like 40 or 45. He just blew up. So definitely he's getting a lot of respect in the algorithm now. He's put in the work, and it's starting to show and bear fruit. And this is another thing, right? Angry Man has been doing this since 2015 or something. Like, I remember the first time I saw Angry Man was like 2017 or something. He was in his car. Thanks, Jordan, for dropping the link. Much appreciated. He was in his car. He's been doing 7 years, man. He's been doing the work. Boom, 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 boom. And now, after all this time, it's bearing fruit. And he's getting the recognition that he should have had years ago. But the point is, by women setting up these laws, see, it's a different thing to just for a woman to use manipulation and psychology to make you feel wrong, believe that you're wrong. Now they're taking their emotions and they're turning their emotions into law. A man that's worth millions of dollars, who have the option to choose a cybernetic woman or a straight up robot, he's gonna do it. And the fact that he doesn't need a woman anymore to birth a child, women will become an endangered species probably by 2050 something. That's why they're saying that there's going to be such a divergence between wealth and poverty. You're going to have a society where the poor, the very poor, will operate with real women and men. Because even in society today, men who are broke don't get put on child support. The Pookies and Ray Ray types, they could get 30 kids, 10 kids, 11 kids. They're not on child support. Women they don't go after those guys. They want the guy that have resources so they can lock him down and take his money. I don't know if you guys remember Star Wars, when I think it was Obi-Wan Kenobi and and Luke went into that bar where there was Jabba the Hutt and the princess Leia was on a leash with a collar around her neck. You see all the different bio people that were in there? Did you see outside how the society was? The society was very base, animalistic. The people who have money and power, they're in ivory towers somewhere. You're not going to see them. The real rich people, they're going to deal with a very select type of woman, if the woman will be real at all. And men who have never had sex in their life, when they have money, or just a good working man making 100 grand, because 50 years from now, by 2050, 100 grand is going to be equal to 45,000. If it's not that already coming up on. They're not going to take the risk of dealing with a real woman and her psychotic behavior. You could be having sex with a woman and she said, cool, we could hang out. You take her to your house, she take you to her house. Things get hot, you guys get busy. She could say in the middle of the sexual performance, you know what? Get off me. Get off me. I don't feel, get off me, with no explanation. And if you don't stop and you use your body weight and hold her down and finish up, that's rape, bro. That's great. Somebody could be knocking at your door the next day and haul your ass in. The fickleness of the mind of women now empowered with the law, it's going to make them the untouchables. Men are going to make different choices. In countries where these laws exist and where women have this kind of power, men are going to deal with them. Only the basest and the brokest of men are going to deal with them. And the proof of that, I watched a video this morning because I saw it come up in my feed the other day. And I said, you know what? I got to check that out. So this morning I got up early and I was looking at some things I wanted to see. Amanda Seales. She was in a video. I forgot the brother who presented it. But she said she didn't realize that she was supposed to have an orgasm until whatever age. And when she realized that, she was getting hit up on by some broke dude who was just putting down the D game. And he wanted to make sure that she was satisfied before he got up. So she said, a broke man is better for a woman sexually than a successful man. This is real, bro. The way women think and are behaving is real. If a man got something to lose, messing around with one of these modern women is going to be problems, major financial problems, and freedom. Carlisle, a $400,000 house, 2014, is now worth $1 million in New York City. So the value of stuff is moving way faster than mentioned. Absolutely. I was a mortgage banker before I went to Wells Fargo back in 2004. And I used to get applications all the time. People, they'll buy a house and 6 months later, they'll refinance it to take out 50, 60, 70 grand. When in the past, the asset value of a home took a decade. You buy a house for $200,000 in a decade. In a decade, it may be worth $300,000, and that's a maybe. That's a 50% increase. Now you see increases in months, not in years. Definitely not in decades. And that goes to something else. That deals with devaluation of the currency and the economy as well. That's a whole different conversation, right? But the point of this discussion And where I really want women to chime in is, how do you intend to turn this battleship that you have launched to empower yourself? Because power is a double-edged sword. You could cut your own head off with power. And I think many women who are in power today, politics, business, and other aspects of our society, are using their favor in the time that we're in to take, until one day they're going to realize, I took too much. You will have become irrelevant. A man that's a 7-figure man, 8-figure man, 10-figure man, he don't need a woman. He want a baby. You know, in our time right now, women go to sperm banks to buy sperm to get the baby that they want. In a very short time, it's going to be the flip. It's going to be men going to these IVF places to get the eggs, to get the woman to birth the baby that they want. And they could use a cybernetic female, a robotic female, to be their nurse while that child is being incubated right in his bedroom, right in a whole bedroom and whole wing could be set up for the child. Have a medical assistant that is a robot providing care while that baby is germinated. Another thing will be eliminated: paternity. Paternity will be a thing of the past. You won't have to worry. A man will never have to worry whether or not a child is his. Never, ever, ever again. You know how much weight comes off a man's shoulder that doesn't have to think about whether or not the child is his? Those games that women play, they won't be able to play them. See, the men that women say that they want are getting further and further away from their ability to reach. Mr. Polkman, welcome to the membership. The Green Gang, welcome to Sage Talk. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Lapeef Network as well. And I wanted to bring this conversation to the fore for one reason. Very good question. Come on, Sage. That would mean pedophile dudes will be creating their own victims. What's her name? Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but she did an interview years ago, maybe 20 years ago. And in that interview, she said the legal age for an adult child to make a decision sexually should be 12 years old. That's what a former judge, which was a Democratic judge, when she was on the Supreme Court, said in an interview. It's not, a newspaper didn't write it. We can't say it's an interpretation by somebody's perception. She said it out of her own mouth. You have to understand where things are going, man. The spectrum of sexuality is going to be expanded. I just saw something, I read something today where if a young person wants to start their transition legally now, they could do it on their own at 16. They don't have to be 18. We already know that that's being pushed to 8 years old. You can make that decision and your parents have to follow suit. So what we look at today as the barometer to what is considered an adult to make choices particularly when it comes to the barriers to sex. The only thing that separates that is right now is present law. Depending on who's in power, those laws can change. And those laws are being changed. Ms. J, if men want Barbie dolls, who am I to stand in their way? Men like beautiful things, and one of the most beautiful things that men like is a woman. I'm glad you said Barbie dolls, right? Because let me drop this down, stop sharing, reshare. So you can fully understand. Where is that? Okay. Yes, men want Barbie dolls. See, there was a time when the social contract between men and women was honored. Women gave men access to their bodies. In return, well, women would take care of the children in the home, and in return, the men would provide and defend and protect these women. Women say they rebel. No, we don't want to. No, you can't do it. We will say who get access to our bodies, and the rest of y'all, we don't give a shit. Women right now are about extracting resources from men without honoring the other part of the contract. But men still have to fulfill that part of the contract. An unfair deal is an unfair deal. So whether you want to term it as if men want Barbie dolls, yeah. Except that Barbie doll is going to be the color that they want. She will never age. She will never get fat. She will never nag him. She will do everything that he wants, whenever he wants. And she doesn't even have to literally have a baby. He could just get the genetics, the egg, use his sperm, and then guess what? He could just go ahead and make that baby. And he could watch his baby grow every day. He could play the music he wants to start to stimulate that baby's mind and grow. More than likely, in countries where this type of structure that we have today, you think women are crying on the internet right now about passport bros? Nah. Let 2030 come around. We're in 2022, 10 years from now. GMO babies, it's going to be way past GMO. It's going to be way past GMO. Let me ask you this, and this question is for the men, right? For the men in this chat, in this conversation today. For those of you who saw the Fox Soul show production where Dr. Umar Johnson was on there with another brother. Cynthia G was on there, and I don't remember the trans woman name that was on there. Which was the more attractive woman? The trans woman or Cynthia G? or even the host. Fast forward that technology 30 years from now, 2050. You have a little boy, 8 years old, says he wants to be a girl, takes all the shots, get his peenie cut off, get all that internal surgery done. By the time he is 18, 22 years old, you will not be able to tell that was not a born female. And the boys that haven't been born yet, they're going to be born into this world. That world is being created right now. To them, there's no difference going to be between a trans woman, a regular woman, a cybernetic woman, or a robotic woman. Y'all don't understand what's getting ready to happen. And the real woman, the natural woman, is going to be the most dangerous woman because you're fickle by your emotions and you're the one that's likely to execute laws to punish men that do the right thing. Like that clip I showed from Angry Man. Make the man guilty and think it's his fault no matter what, which means lie. Y'all don't really know what's going on. I understand this is going to be emotionally triggering for some people. But nonetheless, if you watch the progression from the 70s and 80s, when the terminology used to be homosexuals and gay and lesbian, now it's LGBT, now it's trans, the vocabulary is changing. The definitions are changing. The acceptance is changing. You and I, who are born into a different world, this is not for us. This is for the kids that haven't been born yet. Peaches, when you have a daughter, or if you have a son, 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now, 2027, 2025, when he's 18 years old in 2040 something, his concept of life, his concept of sex, his concept of a woman, it's not going to be anything like yours. It's not going to be anything like mine. I know the feeling of having sex with a woman. I would never want to have sex with a robotic woman or anything, any derivative of that. But the difference is, what about the man? We laughed at the movie 40-Year-Old Virgin, right? When we saw that a few years ago. What about the man that can't have sex with no woman because no woman wants him? Because he's a nerd, he don't have game, he's not tall, he don't have abs, he don't have a big rod. All these different things, those guys are going to have options in their time. And if you ain't never had a real woman before, how you going to know the difference? It's like guys back in 1,000 years ago, they were fucking sheep and pigs because their anatomy sexually is very similar to the female. Check it out. Talk to any farmer. They'll tell you. It's scary, Mr. Lee. There's so much influencing the new generation. This is beyond influencing. This is rollout reality. The people, the billionaires and the trillionaires who are sitting up at the top overseeing this world, they're rolling this program out whether you want to or not. And this world is liable going to be it's going to be split in two. You're going to have Russia, Saudi Arabia, China, maybe Africa, maybe India. I read something in India. I thought India was going to be too democratic and they were going to collapse. But with regard to this new definition of what is a woman, India is making laws to make sure that trans people don't have more rights than real women. So it seems as though that they're taking a greater stance towards real women. But China, they're not going this way. So you may have to become a Muslim or a Buddhist and move out of the United States as a woman or a man. If you want to have a life that is more traditional, to be between a man and a woman, and have a society where there's a culture of the semblance of what used to be. Because in the Western world, what we know as traditionalism is gone. It is not coming back. It's gone. It's beyond the handwriting on the wall. If anybody wants to come up and add their piece to this conversation, men or women, if you want to add something to this and push this conversation forward, I'd love to hear you guys' opinions. Because this is a reality for us. And it's rolling out very quick. This ecto life, before the end of this decade, that's going to be a reality. Like Captain America and the super juice, the super juice. They're going to be guys going into the military to get that super juice. They're going to test it out on them. And they're probably going to test it out on women too. Okay, Urban Theater. He says relationships cannot be the point of our existence. Clarify that a little bit more. What do you mean by relationships? You mean men and women coming together, building a family for the next generation to come out into society and continue life? Or are you referring to something more base? The realer. I'm going to just use that part because I can't figure out what you're saying in the first part. China might have AI more rights than people. China will definitely have AI. China, well, obviously South Korea and Japan, they're leading in the robotics technology, in the movement of technology, in the socialization of technology. If I'm not mistaken, I think 2 years ago, 2020, Dubai rolled out their first robot police officer, squad. I haven't heard much from it recently, and that's another aspect. Like women talk about they don't need a man. You're going to have to work like men used to work. The reason why men died early is because men had to work 60, 70, 80 hours a week to provide for a wife and children. When these robots roll out, they're going to be put in McDonald's, all these Popeyes, all these fast food places. They're going to be police officers. They're going to be ticket meter maids or whatever. Cars, in 10 years, you won't even need a driver's license. Cars are going to be automated. You just pick it up, jump in it, go. No need for you to have a driver's license. The car's going to drive on its own. Oh, and the new credit system that's about to roll out, that's going to be serious. Because it's not going to be based on what you buy and pay. It's going to be how you live in society. It's going to be how you're allowed to buy what you buy. So if you're a baby mama with 3-4 kids, there's certain things you may not be able to purchase because your credit score, your social credit score may be too low. This world is about to change in so many ways. Digital currency, and they're just planning on the rollout. Let me see if I can pull that file and show you guys for a second. Where do I have that? That's in. Okay, let me see. Where did I put that file? Okay, let me check here first. Projects. Okay, let me see. Let me drop this down. Okay. Let me see if I can show you guys something right here. Windows. It's not showing there. Chrome tab. Where is it? Hey, if I want to show a PDF file, how can I show it? In Chrome tab, it doesn't display in Chrome, so I can't pull it from there. And when I go to Windows, I don't see any other links or option. Let's see. Anyone that is stream savvy that can give me some insight, I wanted to show you guys something real quick. Okay, Coco says, I was hoping this generation can fight harder for the next generation because it is getting scarier to even think of having children in this world. Well, no, I already have the file. I already have it downloaded. Urban, I already have it downloaded. I've had it now almost a year. By the end of this year, I should get the updated report. Okay, I already opened it. It's in my PDF. It's in my PDF generator display. I have Adobe. Okay, understanding AI will bring a massive return. Let's see, you can bring it up in snippets. Hey, J Speed, what's going on? Hey, welcome, my brothers. I haven't seen you in a while. You can bring it up in snippets. Are you referring to the PDF file I want to show? The thing is, when I go to share, to present, I don't see how I can. Actually, let's see. Slides, video, extra camera. Okay, maybe it's in slide. Google your computer, add a file. Okay, let's see. Upload a file. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. Okay, let's see how fast that's going to drop. I have it in a PDF document. Okay, here it is. Okay, because of my financial background, there's certain things I get early. This is Price Waterhouse. They're one of the 3 biggest auditing firm, financial accounting and auditing firm in the world. There's Price Waterhouse, there's KPMG, and there's Deloitte and Touche. There are others, but those are the top 3, right? Global index for CBDC. CBDC is digital currency. I'm not going to read into it. I'm just going to kind of scroll through it and I'll give you the top. Okay. More than 60 central banks have already entered the central bank digital currency race. CBDC will be a game changer, providing access to alternative payment solutions to citizens and corporate, as well as reinventing financial market settlements and interbank monetary transaction. Interbank is, is clearing houses, right? Okay, so maturity of retail CBDC projects: Bahamas 92%, Cambodia 83%, mainland China 75%, Ukraine, they're dusted. That's going to change when the new report come out because their infrastructure has just been destroyed. Uruguay, Ecuador 71%, Eastern Caribbean 61%, Sweden 58%, Turkey. Okay. Interbanks are the clearing houses. Like in the United States, we have 12 central banks in the United States, right? These are what's called when the Feds and the Treasury wants to increase liquidity and decrease liquidity, those 12 central banks is where they release or they either sell bonds or buy bonds, right? Which is how also you can affect interest rate. But this is where, like, your regular bank will send your checks and different things and reporting on loans and their financial balance requirements. All these things are communicated through the central bank to the commercial banks. Like, regular people don't deal with the commercial banks. So these interbanks, these are like going to be the new central banks. So Thailand is at 80%. Now look where all the movement is, right? It's not here. It's not in the West. Thailand, Hong Kong, SAR, Singapore, Canada, United Kingdom, France, South Africa, Europe, United Arab Emirates, Japan. You would think Japan would be high up on the scale in terms of bank settlements. Okay, this is methodologies. I'm not going to go into the big details. The indexes of top 10 central banks. Central bank digital currencies are direct alternative solutions for further financial inclusion efforts by the public authorities. As sovereign digital cash, they can contribute to modernize the current monetary system, but also help to bridge the gap with the unbanked. The unbanked meaning people who just don't have the ability to get a bank account presently. So these are the top rankings, right? We already went over the first tier, and these are by regions. And the reason why I'm showing you guys this is because the changes are already well in place. They're well on the way. It's just a matter of the rollout. It's just a matter of the rollout. So I should be getting my next report either at the end of this year or early next year with regard to the standings of where these banks are and the progress. Matter of fact, let me see if it's in here. Let me see. There's going to be a new gold standard mint in the United States. And matter of fact, it was the person who is one of the, I'm not going to say his name, managing partners for this that keep me up to date with all this stuff. Let me see. I think it's on the last page. South Africa, it's for the United States. Because, guys, we're getting ready to have a total reshape with regard to how currencies are going to be supported. Gold, if you don't own any, from an investment standpoint, buy it now while the pressure is down. Because when it explodes, you're not going to have a chance. Okay, those are just the executives. Okay, let me see. Okay, the potential for a central digital currency to digitize cash, accelerate payments, and provide a more efficient way to distribute economic stimulus is gathering pace around the world. In the United States, the digital dollar has been described by the Federal Reserve Bank as a high priority project, with research focused on understanding the potential impact, use, benefits, risk, and design. Now, let me see if I can find the page that I wanted to find. The project's name, as you can see here, is the digital dollar. Several years ago, that currency was being referred to as the Amero, which was going to be a currency that was going to be used between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. I think that has been scrapped. Okay. Yeah. I either missed it or it's not in this report and it's in something else. But the point that I'm trying to really communicate for what the young lady was asking or stating is that they thought this generation would be the generation to probably stall this situation from going forward as it's moving. Now, this has been in the plan for a very long time. And part of the issues that's going to happen with all the laws that females are putting in place, in the long run, all these laws are going to constrain female power. It's going to come to a halt. When women no longer control the birth of children, the value of a woman for a man becomes pointless. So often I would hear online when, like the guys that do the street interviews and stuff like that, and they would ask, what is the value of a woman, or what does she bring to the table? You know what they say? We can have babies. We could have babies. We could have babies. Well, the most powerful arsenal that a woman have in the world today has been taken away from them. Because women manipulated the society when they implemented the law of abortion, and they killed 65 million children. That's the entire United States. That's just not black women. That's black, Asian, Puerto Rican, white, the whole nine, right? They realize, because women don't really have the understanding. They've never built a society. They don't understand what it takes to maintain a society. Even the most educated of women, they don't really know. They don't understand what it really means to have population replacement. Like Cynthia G was talking about abort male babies. In the future, men who can afford to have children will have sons. There will be no need to have a daughter, or will be very little need to have a daughter. Let me see if I can play this last clip. It's about 2 minutes.
They won't believe that one of their elite could have suckered them all this time.
The ability to perfect the physical and...
Do you guys predict how tall your son will be, or daughter? Their color, length of hair, intelligence? Okay, 1 second. Let me just remove.
Ectolife improves your body.
Sorry about that. Peaches says, yeah, my sister picked the gender of her baby. Yes, Pokman. Yes, I did say that. I was aware of the baby goat and stuff like that for some time. I was looking for the advance where it hits the point where it's human trials. But they've been doing human trials for a while. They just didn't make it public simply because it was being done in countries where you can't report. So now when you're seeing the rollout that we're seeing, they're ready to go. They're ready to go. All these laws that they're passing for the trans people is for a purpose. When you have a black woman by the name of Ketanji Brown that refused to give a definition for woman, is because she already knew the definition for woman had already been changed. She just wasn't going to tip her hand. Not like she don't know. Everything is on a schedule. The rollout process is in place. And while black women are in this space and right now acting a fool, threatening men, making all these statements, I want you to pay all my bills. Like, That type of behavior will get you categorized as problematic, high risk, dangerous. When these new laws, when these new credit scores, when this all new technology roll out, men with money will have all the choices. Women with money will have some choices too, but theirs will be a lot more limited. Why do I say that? Because of their nature. The nature of a woman is not to provide for a man. It's just not in them. The eugenics that Margaret Sanger started over 100 years ago, about 100 years ago, is being implemented, but it's not just to get rid of certain parts of the race. It's actually going to have a greater effect on the females of the species than anyone else. You know, when I say men are predators and men are conquerors, I was dead serious about that. And men are also solution or problem solvers. The white man is no joke. He's been working on this for a long time. He's been working on this for a long time. The replacement of women is where the society is going. They just haven't come out and said it yet. But women have made themselves so dangerous to a society, and they're breaking all the codes of conduct of the social infrastructure between men and women. That's what I said. Ketanji Brown is a black female Supreme Court justice. And she refused to define what is a woman when she was asked during her hearing. It's not because she don't know. It's because of what she did know. She knew Cambridge was going to come out and make the official notification of the definition of a woman, which is going to be far broader than just someone who was born as a female. And once that is made into law, everything changes. She said, replace woman with what? I guess you may have either came in late or you just don't see what's really going on. Analytical skills is very important. Do you think the technology that we are using is getting worse or is it getting better? There was a part of the clip for Ecto Labs that I didn't show where they talked about men won't even have to worry about their sperm count anymore. 1 or 2 sperm, boom, hits the mark, no problem. And it's not even going to be in a woman. It's going to be in a controlled environment, a petri dish, glorified. That means no more child support, no more alimonies. A man won't need to get married. Why would a wealthy man marry a woman when he can have a baby on his own? Where he can have a family of 4 boys, 5 boys, 7 boys. Having a woman, female child, is too risky. The DNA for females of all types will be in some IVF reservoir of gene data, pool of gene data. You could start with the groundwork of the woman you want. Arab, African, Asian, Chinese, Japanese, Black, Central American, Latina. You could start there, mix your genes, and then mix it from there. How dark, how light, how tall, how strong, how intelligent. Only the poor and the brokest of people will have to actually deal men and women. And since Amanda Seales says women choose broke guys because broke guys got good D, hey, cool. Y'all gonna have to pay the freight. Because when a man got good D and that's all he brings to the table, that's his achievement. That's his skill. It's no different than a corporate guy that's the CEO of a corporation that makes multi-million dollars. His success and his achievement is what he contributes to the world. The great D guy, that's his achievement. That's what he brings to the world. He has spent years, 14, 15, 16, 17 years. Now he's 22, 25 years old. He's a master. He got 10 years experience in laying pipe, and he does it well. And females who want him will pay. Oh, I didn't see that. I heard about it. Peaches, you be getting the info, huh? I knew there was a shift when they introduced the AI rapper named FN Mika. Yeah, but that oh yeah, I did see it. That was gross. That looked like it was more an insult to black men or black rappers, but that was like really gross. So they got a little pushback, so they cleaned it up a little bit. They pulled it down. But yeah, that's where things are going. And then with the metaverse, in the metaverse, a woman that's 400 pounds and 5'4", you think she's going to display herself as 400 pounds in the metaverse? She's going to display herself as a 10, a real 10 in the metaverse. Even though in this world, she wants you to believe she's an actual 10 too. She's going to be 120 pounds, a size 2, a size 4, and probably no greater than a size 6 unless she's tall. She's going to show herself of what a real 10 would look like. But you see, they want men today to accept them as they are. Real life and pretend life is about to merge. What is this? I'm not sure what this word means. She going identify us? Identify us. No, for sure, man. We are in a different place right now. And I wanted to show men, but I also wanted women to realize where things are going. Like back in April, I did a show and I asked the question, if the top 20% men in income were to leave the black community, how would that affect the black community, if at all? And most, if not all of the women in that show, and you can go back and look at the either the live chat of JR Kept It Active or even the comments. They were like, it ain't going to have no effect. They're singing a new song now with the advanced movement of Passport Bros and what's the other thing? SYSBM. That's gonna triple, double, triple, quadruple in the next year or two. And it's the fact that so many women in the United States are unable to just say, you know what, damn, we were wrong. And I'm not talking one woman here or one woman there, because of course you see the exceptions, but it's not society broad. It's not broad enough to really have an effect, to make any real change. And as I was saying, because men play the long game, this has been going on since like the 50s and the 60s. Once they made up their mind that they were going to give women all these laws, these rights, they were working on a plan B.
just in case these women act the fool, and y'all act the fool. The sad thing is, the biggest loser is going to be the white woman. Black women are going to get hurt because they're hanging on the coattails of white women. Their benefit come from the coattails of white women. But the white woman is going to lose big because she's the one that is holding all the power in the Western world right now. And when the script gets fully flipped, okay, what do you say, Carla? Imagine if you have a male visitor to your house and your robot woman start hitting on dudes. Do you destroy the robot? Well, I think it's going to be decided on how the robot is programmed and is learned, and what's going to be its prime directive in its programming. See, I think what the presupposition is that AI intelligence will move reckless like females. See, what AI lack, and they may be able to replicate in some way, but not fully, is emotions. They will not act like a female in the sense that how a female gets triggered and behave. They could look like a female. They could be feminine in display, but they won't really be a real female. Priorities could be set. Just like when you set your computer and you set your phone, you could set priorities for notification, no notification. Her priorities could be loyalty. Those priorities are set. No. And who knows? Maybe every couple of years that robot is going to go back to get reprogrammed or updated programming. Actually, updated programming now in some cities are done just through the airwaves. Like in Korea, you don't even have to update your phone by going into settings and doing. You don't have to do that. Your phone's just automatically being updated right through the air. How will a man have? Good questions. How can men have emotions for AI? How can a man love a dog? How can a woman love a cat? Don't you know that the brain can be fooled just by the stimulation without the actual thing being right there? Will there be AI feminists? Well, a lot of things are going to depend on how the law rolls out and how sentient they will make these new forms of people, for lack of a better term, whether they're male or females. See, the thing with a robot or an AI intelligent thinking process is that they could calculate outcomes, whereas women can't calculate outcomes. Like I said earlier, women focus on events. Women use short-term outlook and planning. They don't do long-term outlook and planning because they don't know how to calculate consequence of behavior and action. Because by nature, the way women are treated in society, they're shielded from consequences. They're protected from consequences. They only face consequences in the most dire and worst situation where there's no other choice. Cousin Joey, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. You're muted.
How you doing, sir?
How are you? I'm doing well. What's going on?
Hey, everything's doing great, man. Long time no see.
Yeah,
And
likewise.
busy, the silly season, stuff like that.
Okay. So talk to me.
All right. You said that they were going to have a problem with because of the eugenics, that we're going to be pushed into an AI community where we're going to have these type of robots in our house if we want to be gratified.
If we want to be what?
Gratified, develop a relationship, that kind of stuff like that.
Well, I'm not saying it's just going to be pushed on you. I'm saying that people are going to make choices.
Oh, okay.
No, and it's not going to be pushed on anyone.
Okay.
First of all, you won't be able to afford one. Right? Unless you're clocking over $1 million, you're not going to be able to afford one, because the price is one thing. The maintenance is going to be another thing. Anything that requires upkeep, maintenance for human being is medical, right?
Yeah.
We need to go to the doctor every so often. We need various things. We have to eat a certain way to maintain good health and so forth. So the maintenance over time is going to be the big issue. Obviously, when there's a full robot AI technology that's out there, let's say robots that are working in fast food restaurants, that are building security, that are police officers, that are sanitation men, that are working dangerous jobs.
But I mean, I understand the calculation, but most computers right now are programmed linearly. For them to be able to make decisions and be smarter, they have to have some type of quantum processor, which is going to have to think in 3 dimensions. As of right now, they don't. They are linear. They process one particular point of information and then move on. They do it extremely fast, but how do you get them to be able to? My question would be, how would you get them to be able to
see
enough for us to
Let me see if I can pull something up. Let's see. I touched on it briefly, but I didn't go into it. I want to see if I can get an image that you can see real quick. I don't see it. Okay, where is it? Okay. Okay, I see a couple of things, but I don't see what I want yet. Okay, I'm gonna use this one just to give you a little perspective. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go to a shared screen and show you what is going on. Okay. There's a better picture somewhere else, which I did see. But as you can see, there's a Neuralink that is in the fingers displayed at the presentation that Elon Musk was making.
Mm-hmm.
That link, and one of the things that I was saying earlier is that what they're really looking for when they attach it to the brain presently is not necessarily to enhance us.
Yeah.
Is to get feedback for the computer to understand live processing of how the brain actually calculates. That's going to be used for AI development technology. There's at least 4 major companies right now that are well on the way in quantum computer development. way on the way.
Well, I understand that Sage talk, but you know that most of those companies are like better than 42 years away from that. Even they're predicting that it won't be established. True AI won't be established until 2060.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to make
No,
that.
I'm not disputing you, but
Okay.
the thing is that the way the news report things is how based on what they're given and told.
Okay.
Like most recently, there's a big push towards alternative energy and how are we going to power the new society? They're trying to outlaw and move away from fossil fuel and coal.
Yeah.
Right? Primarily Western countries, Europe, UK, US, Australia, Canada, and the rest of them.
Yeah, and they're looking at, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're looking at wind. They're looking at geothermal.
No, because number one, wind is not stable and continuous enough, and the storage facility is just not great enough to really make it practical.
What
Two,
about geothermal?
solar is problematic because solar can't. There's a problem for those who see everything has to be based on capitalism for a company to make a profit.
Exactly.
Companies can't make a profit with solar.
Well, they
just can't. Not long term.
Geothermal or
none of it. None of it. Geothermal disrupt the environment too much to build.
Yeah.
You need to build it near a major water source. They can't control water. We're facing droughts in different places in the world right now.
That's not geothermal is like volcanoes and heat. And
okay. Well, the geothermal, I have to go back and look at that because how close can you actually operate a facility near a volcano that you can't control the volatility? That's problematic. Like Fukushima.
Yeah.
Fukushima was down since 2013.
You got
they have reinitiated operations of Fukushima because currently the cleanest and most profitable and cheapest form of energy is nuclear.
Yeah, it is.
That was my field for the first 7 years when I came out to university. That was my field until it went bust in 1986. Right. Prior to that, that was where my career was heading. That was my path. They've recently, this week, they made an announcement. What's that? What is that? That is, one second. They made an announcement of, I can't remember the name of that technology, and it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's not nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion been around.
You talking
it's
about
huh?
We got fusion and fission so far.
Right, but there's another technology that just got announced because a lot of people was given pushback. There was a lot of pushback going on with regarding to removing fossil fuel when there was nothing to replace it with.
Yeah, I remember that. I think that was a 2001.
No, this was a recent issue that came up because of what Klaus Schwab and what they're trying to roll out through the WEA, right? The World Economic Forum or WEF, one of those organizations. Quantum, here we go. Thank you, my man.
What, quantum?
Omega Dreads.
Oh, you're talking about
they just made a
string theory.
They just rolled out that. Let me see if I can pull that news article.
What is that? The superconductor? I forgot what it's called. They got something in Europe where they can create a singularity. And
I know what you're talking about. What you're talking about is the recent breakthrough of the nuclear fission, where they have the power to create a miniature sun by focusing lasers, and they can do it with little to zero. It's like a net positive. So basically,
not only is it a net positive, you can have a system like either in your home or for the community, and you can have it in your car.
Exactly.
So it's going to be so small, and the power distribution is going to be so powerful and efficient. Like people driving cars that's not in less than 10 years. That's not even going to be a thing. You're not going to need a driver's license. Cars are going to be fully automated. Tractor trailers and delivery of food. The only thing they really have to perfect is with the planes, airplanes. If they could get that to the same ratio or better with human controls of airplanes and the crash ratio that happens every 10 years in terms of over a decade and the loss of life, insurance companies will underwrite those programs. And once it can be underwritten by an insurance company, an airline company would invest in purchasing, and whether it's Boeing or what's the company out in Europe? I forgot the name of the company in Europe. Whether it's Boeing or the other makers of aircrafts, they're going to go ahead and pull the trigger because everything is risk. Once insurance will cover it, they're covered. Their risk potential of loss has already been covered. And this is where we're going. And the thing is, it's going to be convenient and easy choice. Hiding money, if you got money hidden away, sooner or later you're going to have to disclose it because even the offshore banks are going digital. Whether it's Cayman Islands, whether it's St. Charles out there in Africa, Nevis, Panama. Well, Panama has been on a gray list for so long. They wanted to get off the gray list. In 2015, they pulled the trigger and disclosed. So hiding money is not going to be, it's going to be problematic. And with digital currency, blockchain technology is going to have access to everything. So they will just go ahead and they'll report as need to be reported. Alvin, I'm going to have to drop you until you can be back on visual.
So have
Mr.
they?
Polkman. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can I ask you a question? Have they tried to create a nuclear fission and establish something here on Earth? Because they say it can be done, but only limited time because of, well, a lot of it got to do with gravity.
Well, the thing is one of the reasons why nuclear had to stop was because of the risk of a nuclear meltdown, which is similarly what happened in Chernobyl. And the French had the best system for disposing of waste material from the nuclear process.
Yeah,
the United States did not have a standardized system.
So is that both fission and fusion, or just fusion? Because I don't know if we
just fusion.
Huh?
Just fusion.
Okay.
Just fusion. The waste material. Yeah.
I was talking about fission. It's supposed to be a much more cleaner process.
The fission has to be presented. Right now, they just made a news announcement, and I think that's just to combat the uproar that's going on in the political sphere as it's pertaining to the transition to EV and electrical vehicles and doing away with these things, right? So I think that was just that's more of a marketing politicization of that information coming out.
Well, they want to get if they want to get EVs out, just between me and you, and this is from an economical standpoint, they need to make them a little more affordable than they are right now.
What's that?
The EVs.
EVs?
Vehicles, sure. Because we don't have the infrastructure to be able to charge them. So
Right, exactly. Well, not only the infrastructure to charge them, the distance traveled has to be improved.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Because you can't have an electrical station at every gas station, and then you can't wait 10 hours if you're on a trip to charge up a battery.
Yeah.
So that's problematic. So those things still have to be resolved. And those are some of the arguments that the people who know are looking at and saying, look, we know what you guys want to do, but this is not practical for society yet. Right?
Yeah, they were talking technology about stations where
right, which is one of the reasons why I believe the CV thing was a test, right? Yeah. Keeping people in their homes. The CV was a test to keep people in their homes and to see what's the fallout of that in the society. Because If you could work from home and you don't have to go out, transportation would be cut to almost zero.
Yeah.
Public transportation in terms of these high-powered trains, these high-speed trains.
Yeah.
In Europe and in Japan and in China, those things are fully rolled out already. They just need to be advanced. In the United States is really, ironically, the United States could almost become a third world country in the next 15 years because the infrastructure is not there, and it has to fall apart for them to build it new. So that's going to be a problem with the United States. How are they going to implement the rollout and
that's the reason why
and doing those things.
That's one of the main reasons why when I got out the military, I became a civil servant, because really, to tell you the truth, man, the only sustainable things that you can use when you're a blue collar worker like I am is either air, water, food. You know what I'm saying? And then you need a place to live. They call them the big threes. You know, you can go 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food, and I think is 3 months without shelter. And it better be in the best time of the month when you do it. I mean, the best time of the year when you do it.
Peaches says, Jordan, yes, they are going to let people travel from Newark to Manhattan via air taxis. And one of the things you got to realize, too, is that George Sims, you want to send me a video? Sure, drop it through. Can you send it to the Lapeef Network? Because I'd rather JR scan it first to be sure. But if not, you can send it to me. If you don't have the network, you can send it to me, and I'll give you my email to do that.
Hey, Sage, you want to hear something weird? I have friends of mine that work in Chicago, but they live here in Columbus.
Uh-huh.
They work in Chicago, so they take a flight at 6, and then they come home at like 7 or 8 o'clock. So they fly there, work, fly back, go home. They do it every day.
They don't have Amtrak?
Why? When they can just take a flight. The hop is 57 minutes.
Yeah.
And no traffic.
From Ohio to O'Hare, 57-minute hop, man.
Absolutely, and there's no traffic. And the thing is,
the companies that they work for will have cars waiting there to pick them up.
And that's why I'm saying the divergence between the rich and the poor is going to get even wider. Now, let's say, for example, you're a woman or a man, but usually men think of the future and they try to prepare in some way through investments and at least paying into their Social Security. But let's say, for argument's sake, a lot of women today are using OnlyFans to work. They're 18. Let's say they do that between 18 and 35. Now, once that's over, what are they going to do? What skills do they have? They have no skills for the marketable world. By the time they're 50, women's bodies break down sooner than men in those cases.
Mm-hmm.
And if they continue to gain weight like they do, then they're one fall away from being hospitalized.
Yeah.
That means a woman literally is going to have to work from 18 or out of college. Let me see.
I'll find a way to do it from home.
1 second. Till they're 65.
Yeah. And the numbers look bleak. Because, I mean, even though we are less represented in the college community, men still make twice as much as women do. You can go to the blackdemographics.com and a couple other places. Those numbers don't lie. It looks bleak.
Yeah, some of us ain't built for college.
Like I said, skilled trades, bro.
And that's what it is. Because, see, men can make more money than women just by the choice of career that they take. They don't have to go to college. A skill that is a valuable skill for the infrastructure of any country pays. I just dropped it on the Lapeef Network. If you see it, George, right? I asterisk you, and then I put sagetalklee@gmail.com, right? So you can just drop it there. I'll get the notification when you send it in. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at the situation, and if a woman is unable to work or if she has no resources by the time she reach her mid-50s, because we know women spend. They don't think about tomorrow. They
72%
only think
of
about
all
tomorrow
income
once
driven.
tomorrow has arrived.
Hey, Sage, 72% of
Yes.
all income that's driven in the United States comes from women. The other 13% comes
Absolutely.
from us.
And that's not going to change. Habits don't change easily. And corporations will continue to market to women, and they will continue to spend and do what they do. And the problem with that, right now we see a high male homelessness, but in the next 10, 15, 20 years, you're going to see that transition to a high female
Oh yeah,
homelessness.
oh yeah. And then you also have to understand that men are starting to see the picture. Like for instance, when I got my divorce, Sage, the first thing I started concentrating on was replacing my home. First thing. So yeah, as soon as I had an opportunity, I bought me a house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So,
And
so men
not
are
only
starting to
that,
think like that now. We're
men
starting
will
to,
not, men, yeah, sorry, go ahead, finish.
I'm sorry, I'm saying men are starting to think like that now. I didn't think about getting back in the streets, trying to find a woman, none of that. The first thing that popped into my head was to replace my residence so I'll have somewhere to stay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And another thing too, in the society, they're looking to get rid of ownership.
Yeah.
Whether it's ownership
They've
of houses, ownership.
already created 2 generations of renters. They bought up almost 50,000 homes here in Columbus, Ohio. And I'm talking about
and
the top Fortune 500 companies are doing it.
Yeah, if you
And that's serious. Not only that, they're looking to tell countries what they can produce.
Yep.
Like if you look at, there's a major situation going on in the farming issues in the Netherlands. They told the Netherlands farmers that they needed to upgrade their technology because of how much growing beef, cows affect the environment, the carbon footprint. So they made all these changes, and then now they're coming back and they're telling them you can't farm beef at all.
Yeah.
So they're trying to force them to kill over 13 million cows.
I remember the United
Now,
States did the
another
same
thing, Bill
but
Gates
they
have
paid
bought
them
over
not- they paid
200.
them to kill all those cows.
Check it out. Bill Gates have bought over 200 million acres of farmland in the United States. Even the Senate, one of the senators recently started to question what was his intention in owning all of that.
Mm.
His intention, please, his intention.
They don't make
Whatever the United States will be given to grow, they're going to be growing it. There's not going to be no such thing as a small farmer. None of that.
Yeah. But they don't make new land. So, you know what I'm saying? Other things
Absolutely.
you can purchase can be invented or remade. But land is one of those things that once you buy it, that's it.
Absolutely. Hey, George, I already have that video, and I showed some of it earlier. I don't want to go through the whole thing. It's an 8-minute video. There were some other aspects that I was going to present, but I covered it using some other links and information as well. But yeah, absolutely. I already showed the Ecto Life introductory, that 7-minute, 8-minute video, and I presented that early. So if you didn't catch the beginning of the show or the earlier parts, you can go back and see that part of it as well. But yeah, Polkman,
Yeah.
you have been sitting there patiently. Give me your feedback and your perspectives.
Oh my God, there's been so many this whole evening. Yeah, man, just on what I was just talking about. When it comes to ownership, like I've been into deep dives, I guess rabbit holes you would say, as far as explaining how, I forgot which president it was. It may have been Jackson, somebody around that time, but he pulled everybody through the pen out of actual ownership and put us into, like, I even went to go get the deeds of my house and look at it. It says feudal deed. And even in mentioning feudal, meaning that's something you have to fight for, right?
And what?
Feudal. A feudal deed. That's something that's still argumentatively not exactly yours, right?
Well, I'll have to go back and look at the
A
actual
few means
definition
that
of
it can
it.
be taken by force, the original definition of it, but I don't know how that would be applied now.
Right. So if that's on your
Well, now
deed
usually
now,
property is taken by eminent domain. That's usually how it's usually. If they really want it, they can use eminent domain, and it doesn't have to go through a legal process.
Well, isn't eminent domain still force?
Say
I mean,
again? Yes. Well,
yeah,
it's not. It's forced, but it's because the project you are offered supposedly market value money to get off the property,
yeah, but who
but you have to give
defines
it up,
market
and
value?
you have a certain amount of time to do so.
Yeah, who
yeah.
they say who defines market value?
Well, now property value can easily be determined by public sites such as what's the big one out of Florida?
Zillow?
Zillow. You can easily get from Zillow
Yeah.
or bankrate.com, right? Bankrate gives you, they could just go through the last 6 months of average property values closed, not just appraised, but closed property
Mhm.
closed value, and that an assessment can be made, especially if they wanted a large swath of land because they're building something that's grand, and they don't really have to build it. They could just propose it.
Yeah.
It may not have to be built for 20 years. They could just propose it and take the property or properties, right? So
Well, that's how Elon
there are a
Musk
lot of
did
things
it.
that's getting ready to be rolled out, and a lot of it could be problematic, but a lot of it can shift the balance of power on how people move. And if you if you position yourself where you will be able to make more money and have more money, the effects will be lesser on you than those who don't have those options.
And,
If you get money from the government, if your hand is out, you're gonna be screwed. Now, I did see a video recently where a young woman was saying something about, I think she was a nurse, and she was saying something to the effect that a lot of these social services that the government provide will be going away. They're not going to go away. They can't afford for it to go away right now. They're trying to change new things over, and by doing, if they take that away, they're going to have a revolution and chaos in the United States. People will be in the streets. When you can't feed yourself and feed your children, people will kill, and not on the level of just one or two shootings. People will be raiding communities and burning them down. It could be, it'll get real crazy. So to keep the stability of the society, they will print money and do whatever they have to do to keep things going until they can flip it where they need it to be.
Audie boy
So
just
those
asked me, he
services are not
said,
going to go away.
what about Elon?
Well, that's the thing. Elon is he's like the new savior.
Yeah.
But if you understand his perspective of the world, his perspective of the world is just as dangerous or worse.
I mean, but you know what? I found it ironic the way that he acquired Twitter, because he put up shares from his car company and then borrowed against those shares to buy Twitter and then loaned the money out to the people that were supposed to be putting up money for Twitter. In other words, isn't that called
But that's how it works. No, that's not how it works.
Okay.
Once you own 5% of a publicly traded company, you potentially could do what's called a buyout option. You can institute a buyout option. He made the filing with the SEC. He laid out what his intent was, and once he did that, all he has to do is he's got to get investor and banking support to be able to do that.
Okay.
Right. And if he's got the assets from other corporations and investment bankers who are willing to invest, then when he purchases it, the debt, which is bonds, that will then be sold to creditors, and that could be anyone that's a high net worth investor. That means the equity of the stock, like you and me who can buy the stock, We never get into that play. The play that they're into is the debt play, the debt of the instrument. So those are bond players, right?
Yeah.
And usually bond players are going to be institutions and very rich people.
Well, you know what? I heard that you can buy debt and get rich. So you know what? That makes perfectly good sense, Sage, man. I appreciate you telling me that. Because I was wondering how he got away with it.
But he didn't do anything illegal. That was
I know.
he did it.
I didn't say that.
And he bought it at a premium because after the pushback, the market went down and the stock price dropped. So he wound up paying $44 billion based on the market price when he made his bid, and it was accepted. And then when it closed, so he paid a premium for the company, which now have to build it, over time have to get the money back. Right?
Yeah, the stock has to increase. So he'll get the money back depending on what moves he make to make sure that it's profitable.
Okay, Sharon, she says almost zero debt. Is that referring to something else or this conversation? Because there's debt. It's not almost zero. There's a lot of debt there. Let's see.
COVID-19 kind of made everybody.
Well, COVID-19 is a play. That's another play. I don't know the full aspects of what that play is yet, but that's a whole nother play, right? Audi boy, why are we ignoring the fact FBI has ties all through Twitter
and YouTube and Instagram?
Well, I don't think anyone is ignoring it. The fact that we know about it is because Elon, who have purchased it, is revealing the depth to which the ties go, right? But matter of fact, if you look back when Trump was in office, what did Trump say? Trump said the FBI was corrupt and he was going after them, but they came after him first. So there are people who know where the corruption is. It's just that the infrastructure is so big and you have to have enough alliance power to take it down. Again, the FBI paid $3.5 million to infiltrate Twitter, to have control. I don't think they paid a dime, so I'm not sure where you're getting that money from.
No, I don't think they did either.
They don't have to pay any money. No. Having governmental influence and access is worth far more than $3.5 million.
Way more.
Especially to a company like Twitter, right?
Having an
like if you understand
like FBI or any of those owe you something is way more profitable than money.
Yeah. Access is far more powerful than cash. Right? And who would they pay $3.5 million to? Like the CEO?
Yes.
He could sell a few million shares and get 20 times that. Like, so it would have to be someone who is a founder of the company or an owner or top executive. And most top executives, they have what's called golden parachutes. They make X amount a year, but if they're fired or they leave early, they can get $100, $200, $300 million in exit packages. So $3 million is pocket change, right? That's a weekend trip on your private jet or your yacht.
Well, I mean, if you look at, $35 million ain't no money to Elon Musk. That's.
Well, he didn't say 35 million. He said 3.5 million. That's pocket change.
I know it's money to us, but it wouldn't be no money.
The 3.5 million. Okay, Audie Boy said it was leaked yesterday or today through the files from Elon's leak. Okay. Well, I don't think he's leaking. He's just publishing.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, the last time I looked, his personal net.
Whose? Well, he's not talking about they paid Elon. He's talking about previous to him taking over the company and the fact that
that's not a leak.
Some exchange in funds. What the funds, if there is such a leak,
I thought it was funny.
I'll have to check it later. But if there is such a leak, say again.
You saying Elon thought it was a leak?
I mean, what is he worth? $237 billion?
Yeah, he's around 245. I think I checked a week or so ago. But I mean, but what he's talking about has nothing to do with Elon. Elon is disclosing what was done prior to his arrival, right? So that's a different conversation. So anyone else have any more to add to this conversation? We're 3 hours
Experience
in, I
with your
believe. 3
baby.
hours in.
Thanks to
Oh, man, hold on a second. I meant to close that. I don't want to add that.
Genetics. What can it mean? The ability to perfect the physical and
its 60 degrees camera that's fitted inside your baby's growth pod. You can use your virtual.
Sorry about that.
Man.
Yeah, I'm trying to close out some of these links. Don't want too
Something
many
like that.
things open. Yeah, so it's like, I mean, the thing is that there's going to be major change societal wise, legally, which obviously with some of the laws, continuing laws. I mean, now catcalling a woman, right? If you look at a woman, if you work with her and you say, hey, so-and-so, you look real nice in that dress today, or in a pantsuit, or your hair look good, or your lips look good. Catcall.
Don't do it.
You see a woman in the street, you say something to her. See, if you got the look, she's not gonna make a claim. If you're not the guy that she's interested in, you shit out of luck, and that's where you can have a problem on your hands.
I don't have anything
But
to
if
say.
you got the six,
I was just checking in, man. I haven't talked to you in a while. I haven't talked to Lapeef in a while. I've been
not a
working.
problem. Much appreciated. Not absolutely not much appreciated. I thank you for coming in the coming into the show live today, and definitely for coming up. Look forward to your future participation. But this situation, I looked at it. I've been looking at the certain pieces of stuff that's been dropping. They're going to be major blowback legally for women that want men that have economic infrastructure. Because if those men don't want them, women are putting themselves in a position where they have to approach men. And when a man knows that he's in the catbird seat, he could be as discriminatory as he wants, or discriminating, not discriminatory, discriminating, meaning he could say no. If you're 350 pounds and 5'4", and you approach him, and just because you have a good job or you got money, that man could say, you know what, appreciate it. I'll holler at you, and never holler at her. He's going to be the one to accept what type of woman he want to be with. The terms are going to be on all his terms. You see women on TikTok right now talking about they said hi to a man and he didn't even respond. Men are just like ignoring women these days, man.
Got to.
Of course you have to, because a woman can say one thing 1 minute and change their mind the next second.
Man, to that point, just before I came up, my wife was like, "You about to get on it?" Because she agreed with that, and it tripped my head out. I'm like, "That's how I got with you. That's how I met you. Like, hey, let me holler at you. You know, let me spend some time with you." And she was like, you don't talk to me like that."
And
I was like, "I'm sorry. I apologize." Because I am more intellectual than that. But I gotta see where your head at first before I, interact with you. How you need to be interacted with, you know what I mean? And this is when we was in our teens. So I mean, what my 15-year-old gonna do now? That's crazy.
No, and that's the thing. A lot of time, a man have to a woman's knee-jerk reaction is usually to say no. And a woman's no is not always no, I don't like you. Sometimes that no is just simply no, tell me something why I should be interested in talking to you any further. So the no is just really it's a filtering process, so they don't have to spend time talking to wasteless men at all. So unless you could break through the first layer of defense and know what to say to get her attention to go further in the conversation, most men today are not built or prepared that way. That's why they have these PUAs and all these type of coaches to try to get men to learn how to even approach women, because we know how to do it from the
Hey, can I ask you a question,
70s,
Sage?
80s, and 90s. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, I think cousin Joey, did you freeze? Okay, cousin Joey, yeah, moving a little slow. Can you hear me? Why don't you drop down and come back up, cousin Joey, because you're frozen. If you can hear me, go ahead. You're moving in slow motion. Or type your question in the chat and I'll bring it up.
Can I?
Yeah, you're borging real bad. Can't hear you. Yeah, but the thing is that the social structure between men and women, how they move, is flipping, because women are making laws to restrict men from being in their own nature, which is to approach a woman and engage in a conversation for a woman that they're interested in getting to know. So if women restrict that ability in the social infrastructure of society, which means before the conversation can happen between a man and a woman, the woman will have to initiate that conversation. Women don't have no rap game because they've never had to rap for a man. All they have to do is wear something that's attractive. Look at a guy a certain way. Be at a place where men hang out. And that's pretty much it. And men will do the rest, right? And all they have to do is screen them. Yeah. Do I like him? Do I not like him? Can he offer me something? Can he not offer me something? Is this short term or is it long term? Women will make those calculations, but when they have to be the pursuer and when they will be rejected, if the man says, I'm not interested, I'm busy, yada, 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 whatever, women will have to learn a whole mental way of how to deal with talking to men. And that they're not wired to do that. It's not in their nature. So it's gonna create a problem for them. And I think that's part of and the whore culture that has really been pervasive with the way they dress, the way they project themselves on Instagram, the way they're on what's that?
TikTok.
Thought culture for sure. But what I was trying to say,
Instagram, Facebook,
OnlyFans.
Yeah.
OnlyFans is going to be the biggest problem because there's so many young women that are doing it. You know, one of the things about your youth between 20 and 30, 35, society-wise, that's the place where you have to lay down the foundation for your economics. And then from 35 to 50 or 55 or 60 is where your expertise and your career can build and grow and advance and where you can make good money. Because they're making fast, and the problem when you make fast money, I know because I made very good money when I was young. When you make fast money, you spend it fast. And when you don't have someone that have advanced understanding about how money works, you're not going to invest. You don't even know what to invest in. So you're just going to use it for your daily needs and your entertainment and your fun and this, that, and the other. And guess what? There's going to become a time when you're 35, 40 years old and men ain't checking for you online. You ain't making no more money. Your bills are piling up, but the guy not looking to give you no money for sex or whatever because there's a 22-year-old girl that he's looking at that will do the same thing you at 40 want to do, and he'll rather the 22-year-old girl.
Hold up now. Between 14 and 20, they running it up right now. So they talking about them dogs coming.
Well, I don't want to deal with anything under 18. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it at the legal level where we are in the world right now. This is not my platform, so I don't want to affect any type of scrutiny. Why hi? Cousin Joey should... Okay. I don't believe Cousin Joey have disrespected me in any way. I appreciate that. Good looking out, though. Much appreciated. Thanks for having my back. Now, cousin Joey has been he's been trying to contribute. Two-way street, lots of dissent. Okay, I think that might be on a different conversation. Anything else you want to add to the discussion, Mr. Popeman?
Shoot, all I know is what was foretold in the beginning about the end. It's just coming up. It's just finally coming. We just living through it. That's all. Like everything that was already, you know. My dad was a blind man.
Right.
He made me read the Bible to him when my mama went to work.
Right.
He didn't want no interruption. You know what I mean? So,
biblical knowledge is also going to be, you know, part of your mental stability in these times, because that's going to help you. That's going to give you the patience you need to make the right decisions in times of crunch. Like, I knew so many people who were taking the jab a year back. Some are family, some are close friends. Some of them are lost, some of them are here. I got sick for 3 days. I caught it, got sick for 3 days, never took the jab, overcame it, and kept stepping. The only thing that I noticed that I do have an effect is my mental capacity. I'm a little slower. That's why sometimes my pace drags, because I'm thinking of the word, I can see the word, but I can't pronounce the word. So that's the only effect that I noticed that it has on me. But that, I bought that Level app, and I've just been doing different brain stimulation practices. So that's just going to take me practicing to get my sharpness back. But with regard to putting nanotechnology through MNR vaccine into my body, that's another thing too. You know, nanotechnology was in the MNR vaccine. That's microtech, little robot, nanites. That's what's running around in people's bodies. So there's a lot going on, bro. I think I'm not gonna launch my platform until the new year. It's already halfway. We're already at the 21st. I'm not gonna press myself. There's other things I want to do, but some of these topics I want to focus in on business and politics and other things as well. Investment opportunity, because I come from that background and I can add some conversation to that. But there's a much broader topic on what's going on. Yes. Yes, I did read about it in the newspapers. Thanks, Sharon. Yes, it's called brain fog. Yeah, I've been experiencing that, and sometimes I'm thinking, and it's right there, and I'm getting frustrated, but the words won't come out of my mouth. But from a business standpoint, those things I know so well that my thoughts will just flow. But aspects of this society stuff and the cultural stuff, I know it from my own experiences and things that I've observed. I don't really talk from hearsay, right? I've been fortunate enough that I've lived the type of life where I've had actual experience. And because I lived in a city that was, New York is still one of the major cities for both culture and economics, that I was exposed to a lot. And I was able to live a life where I saw a lot and did a lot. And a lot of people, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but several billionaires that have risen to billionaires that you guys know now, back in the day, we used to hang. So, and I will say that. It's 6:20 my time, Central Time. We've been rocking this thing now for a good 4 hours. Much appreciate everyone for checking in.
In Georgia, and I'm out.
Okay. Cool. I'm definitely going to look for a nice topic for us to deal on Sunday. We will be on time on Sunday. Cousin Joey.
Yeah, hey man, sorry about that. It looks like looks like the freeze is coming in, so my internet is down.
Okay, no problem. You had said you wanted to ask a question then that's when you started to freeze. You remember what that was?
The, the question was, what the question was about when you were speaking about, you have to have certain type of assets. Money is going to be what's going to drive whether or not you're going to be able to exist in this new situation that's coming along. So my question is this: where would that price range be, Sage? You know what I'm saying? What I mean, you got to
In
be
terms
between
of standard of life
Yeah,
between the rich and the poor. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
I see three criteria. I see the
Hmm.
poor, which will be living off of subsidies of the government.
Okay.
And then you will have the rich and the wealthy. And that to me is like a two-part group. And then you're going to have what we would term today as the middle class, upper middle class.
Hmm.
That's going to be the buffer between the rich, the rich and the wealthy, and the
Hmm.
poor. And what I mean by that is that there's going to be a talent pool that will be the liaison between the ultra rich and wealthy and the ultra poor. And that's where many men who have technical skills,
Okay.
medical skills, infrastructure skills, where they're not, if you're not doing something that's a service-based job that a robot can replace you with, you're going to be okay.
Okay.
If
So it's
you
not going
are
to be
doing,
about money. It's going to be about positioning.
well, compensation is going to be is always provided based on what you provide to a society.
Very true.
So the level of talent that you bring to a society. Now, for example, athletes, right?
Hmm.
Athletes, after the military application for these cybernetic attachments to the human body, athletes are going to be the next group to get it. You can better believe that.
Well, they got a talent
Because
pool, and they're going to want to utilize them longer.
they have robots right now playing basketball, training, slam
Yeah.
dunk, the whole nine. So if they sanction a robot into a basketball team to play, he can't get injured.
Very true.
So basketball players are going to need enhancements. But your children that's not born yet, that's going to be born in 2035, many of those enhancements is going to be programmed into this gene through Ectolife or
Yeah.
other companies that's going to be doing this.
Yeah.
Ectolife they're just launching it.
Yeah.
There are
They
going to
call
be
that
many other companies doing this worldwide. Huh?
Yeah, they call that the super soldier concept. They talked about it in the mid to late 80s and the 90s too, where you can genetically
And
modify somebody to become the most.
and that's why I said earlier in the presentation that the Mr. America super
Yeah.
soldier is just less than 2 decades away.
Yeah.
Because
Actually,
they're gonna start it through
the
military
Chinese
application.
already started it. The Chinese already doing it. They are already doing it.
So this is the next reality.
Hmm.
Wars are not going to be with humans fighting, and if it is humans, it's going to be these embryonic babies that are created through these farms, and the genes that they're going to be used. They're going to use Delta Force and SEAL soldiers who are the most elite military fighters. They're going to
Oh,
use
and
their genes. They're
don't
going to
forget
use their
Olympics.
genes to put into these to make these children, male
Don't
and
forget the
female.
Olympics. Don't forget the Olympics. They're gonna use them
There you
too.
go. The Olympics too. Absolutely. That's where they're going to get the gene pool to develop what they need as going to be the new standard bearers of an advanced society.
I wonder what they're
I
gonna
mean,
call that, the Hitler Project. I'm
come
sorry,
on,
man.
man. Be cool,
I'm
man.
sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Be cool, man. Come on.
I'm sorry.
No, but
I'm sorry, Sage.
no, we're good. But I mean, the thing is, that's the reality, though. The superhuman. Remember, I don't know if you're a sci-fi buff, but on Star Trek, they had a situation where a whole group of super soldiers were created and their society to fight war before the Federation came online.
Yeah,
And
when they remade the Wrath of Khan.
the
Khan
Wrath of
was the
Khan,
first.
exactly.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
But it was Khan and his whole team. Male
Yeah.
and females were part of that team.
Oh yeah, he was 3 times stronger, 2 times faster. Yeah, all that.
And brain power.
Oh, definitely.
Calculated brain power, manipulation skills, telekinesis to get into people's head.
Well, that's telepathy. Telekinesis is the ability to move stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a sci-fi. I am a sci-fi.
You're the sci-fi buff. Okay,
oh,
so you
bro.
know more than me.
No, I don't. I'm just saying I am a sci-fi buff.
Make one wonder what God they worshiping.
Yeah, it's not the one I'm looking at. I wouldn't. I'm glad God didn't give us those powers naturally between me and you, man, because I can see how it can be abused. I was a combat Marine. Do you understand how bad? As much damage as I did when I was in Marine Corps, imagine if I had those abilities. That's crazy.
You know, the funny thing is, like when you read the scriptures, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the regeneration and the return of Christ, one of the things that Christ said to his disciples that they would be the powers that they will have.
Mm-hmm.
They will have total control over their body.
Yeah.
Meaning that it says they can teleport, they can change their statue, they can change
the way they look,
hair on their head, the way they look. Mm-hmm. Remember, if you read the story of when the angels came to visit Abraham, they came as 2 men. When you read the story on Mary, Gabriel came to her as a man.
Yeah.
But then when you read Ezekiel, when they came to him, they came in true form, and they were 4 heads, giants,
4 wings, 4 wings. Yes,
4 wings. That's why they said Ezekiel dropped dead, and they had to put his spirit back in his body and tell him, gird yourself up like a man. You've been fasting for us to come. We're here.
Hey, Sage, let me tell you something. Do you understand that people, if they actually read it in the intent that it's supposed to mean, angels weren't good people. They weren't good creatures. They were God's shock troopers. Period.
Well, when you go into it, their appearance, see that we have a different perspective of beauty and appearance and things of that nature. Like, I forgot what part of the scriptures it is.
Well, I'm talking about their intent and purpose, man. I was talking about their intent and purpose. They were perfect beings made to be able to, they were God's first perfection, from what I understand.
Let me ask you this. Where did they become imperfect?
They became imperfect when they were being influenced by the morning star. That's when they became imperfect. And another one is when women used to have to cover the reason why women covered their head is so they would not be recognized by the angels. They came down and started sleeping. I can't remember the name of the specific angels that did that, but that's where Nephilim came from, that kind of stuff.
That Nephilim history is bogus.
Oh, I know.
It's bogus.
I don't believe it, man, but it's fun to talk about.
No, I understand. But the thing is that there's no such thing as a revolution where angels try to overthrow the God of creation.
No, because they can't.
When you read the scriptures and it tell you who Michael is, Michael is he's the most deadliest, powerful angel next to Christ.
Next to morning star, then Christ, bro.
No,
they said God. They say it in Genesis. Yes, they do.
No, that's not what it says. That's not what it says.
Okay, what does it say? Now, hey, Sage, I'm here to learn. So, what does it say, man? No. I mean, you don't have to get like deep into it. But what I'm saying is that it was specifically spelled out that he was the first angel, the most perfect angel. It says that.
Okay.
So I would assume.
Do you understand what the meaning of the word angel mean?
Well, no, I never really looked at it like
Okay.
that. No.
There's several meanings, but the main meaning is messenger of God, right? That's
Yeah.
the main
Yeah.
meaning.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the creatures that were created that are angels that rebel was in the kingdom of Adam and Eve. It wasn't in the heavens where the angels and God lives.
You talking about the seraphim, right?
No, I'm not talking about the seraphim. Like when
Okay.
people read Genesis 6, as you
Okay.
finish Genesis 5, and you go into Genesis 6, and they talk about when the sons of God dealt with the children of men. See,
I get you.
Pre-diluvian, there was one description of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Antediluvian, there's another description of humanity.
Okay.
Pre-diluvian, there was the sons of God, the sons of men, and the sons of the wicked.
Mm-hmm.
After the flood, there was the sons of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. That was the new classification of men. It's the same people classified differently. The sons of God, when you go and you read like Genesis 32 and 28, it's either 32 and 28 or 30 and 28. When you read about how Jacob got his name to be changed to Israel, when you go and look up the meaning of the name Israel, he got the same name back that he had before. The name Israel means sons of the power. Pre-diluvian means sons of God. It's the same name.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I understand.
The angels that fell, I think that story is in Job 10 and 4. It's like 6 or 7 scriptures that breaks it down. It has nothing to do with the angel. When you read Job, the first chapter, the first thing it tells you that Satan, God called the meeting of all the angels. And the scriptures tell you Satan was among them. All the angels was at the meeting. The scriptures tell you that Satan trembled at the presence of God. Satan just takes orders, bro. Satan never launched no 1/3 of the angel. If 1/3 of the angels left heaven and came down to earth, are you crazy? You'd be seeing an earth ran like something like out of some sci-fi movies, man.
Oh, I agree with you on that. All I'm saying is that I have to take the stories at whatever value that they come out of the Testament. But me and you both know it was rewritten. So the Book of John was rewritten because I think the King of England wanted a divorce or some shit like that.
Well,
just saying, bro.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe I'll start a religious, political, theological channel. I'll do that through the Contrarian Perspective because I still have that channel up. So I'll probably do it through there where I could get into these controversial subjects, right? Because what most people are going on is based on a theology. They're not going on the information as it is written. They're going on a theology that was built on an information that they took and they divided up into 3 philosophies. Judaism, Islam, and Christianity was made out of the one book.
Yeah.
The information did not change this in the book. The theology that was based on these 3, what we call religions or philosophies or theologies, doctrines, these doctrines was used to control men.
Yeah, to influence man, and it was turned into the first. I think it was the first episode of propaganda in human history. At least that's what they told me when I went to college. It's just one of those things that you perplex yourself thinking about over and over and over again. But I agree with you.
You would. Carlisle says, but they are here, Sage. I don't know what you actually mean by that. I mean, I don't know if you mean like they're walking around, or do you mean that they're interdimensionally here? If it's the latter, then I would agree with that. If the former, I wouldn't. I would dispute that.
Yeah, I would too.
Archangel Michael had that mighty flaming sword of justice.
Was
I
it
would
called
agree
the
with
Sword
that.
of Justice?
Well, matter of fact, you should read the book of Daniel when Christ was supposed to go and meet Daniel, but he was actually helping the Greeks win the war over the Persian Medes. Right? Read that history. Read that story. You can read it biblically, and then you can go read it either in the Josephus. There are other books you can find it. Let's see. I can't remember it off the top of my head. But when you read the story, you can get the full breakdown of what happened, where Christ had to actually call on Michael to continue the war so he could go and meet Daniel to give him certain information that was going to happen at that time. So, like the Third World War that's coming, Michael is going to be in charge of setting that up with the countries that's going to go into war.
Yeah, you're talking about the blowing of the horn.
Well, those things are that's revelation. Those things are just, you have to understand, speaking in parables.
Oh no, I know that. No, I wasn't being literal. I wasn't being literal. I was just throwing a reference out there because I know for a fact there ain't gonna be no horn. But they say that there will be. There people that need to know will know. So they just call it the blowing of the horn. My father explained that to me. He said it's not going to be a literal horn. It's just going to be something that is going to happen. And blowing of the horn was the parable that they used because that's how they used to communicate in the past.
Okay.
It could be a news. It could be a blogger or the news or something. It's still blowing of the horn. It's not.
No, it's going to be bigger than that. It's going to be an event. It's going to be a triggering event that's going to shift certain things.
Exactly.
Ken Sean, you are just on using a virtual image. You need to come up live for me to bring you up. I don't know you that well. I've seen you in the chat, but I need to know what you look like before I could take the risk of bringing you up. There are just too many people trying to mess with various channels, right? But I think at this point right now, we've gone way off the subject of.
Yes, we have. I wanted to go back to Elon Musk anyway.
When is a woman no longer a woman, right? And the rollouts of the technologies that's really going to change the world, and it's going to change physical society infrastructure.
Well, I'm going to be literal about this, Sage, and I know it's going to be a very unpopular opinion, but if she can't have a child. No, if she wasn't born with the ability to have a child, then she's not a woman. Now hold on, let me finish.
Okay,
you can go through the trouble of identifying as a chicken sandwich. That's fine by me, and I'll call you a chicken sandwich. But personally, in my beliefs, you're born with the chromosome. It's at a genetic level. If you genetically wasn't born a woman, then you're not a woman. Sorry. I know that's not popular, and I hope everybody don't get too sensitive with me. But I mean, shoot, you can call yourself a tuna fish sandwich, and I'll agree with you, but that don't mean that I'm gonna believe what you're saying.
Cousin Joey.
Yeah.
What's happening has nothing to do with you and me. The kid that's going to be born in 2050, that kid, from they're born and taught in school, they're going to understand that there are all these different classifications of women.
Oh, my God.
By the time they become 16, 17, 18 years old, there's going to be no difference between a trans woman, a real woman, a cyber woman, a robotic woman. There's not going to be no difference.
All of them going to be able to carry children,
and how they're viewed in society. Because the real purpose of a woman, which was to bring forth children, has now been removed from her. Her value, her power, her uniqueness have been removed. She is irrelevant. 100 years from now, what humans are going to look like, who knows?
And it's going to be based on the opinions and the choices of the powerful, is what you're trying to tell me.
It's going to be based on the plans that the powerful have been planning and establishing and rolling out for the past 75 years and counting.
Yeah, there you go.
So
I can't push
that's what I'm
back on
saying.
that.
You and me, who have had sex with real women, wouldn't want to have sex with a trans woman. But when you have a trans woman, you know, the audience never answered my question. I asked a question a few hours ago. The question was, and I'll bring Kenshawn up since he cammed up. Welcome to Sage Talk, Kenshawn. Give me a second. I want to put something forward. If any of you guys saw that Fox Soul interview with Dr. Umar, Cynthia G, and the young lady who hosted it, and the other gentleman that was on that that show, the interview, and the trans woman that was there, which woman was more attractive, the trans woman or Cynthia G?
The trans woman.
The trans woman.
Aesthetically, yes, she was more attractive.
Absolutely. Now, she didn't that person did not transition as a child.
Yeah.
What is going to happen when what is going to happen when the transition takes place at 4, 5, 6 years of age? Where they get to puberty, the technology is going to take her over. The pharmaceuticals is going to take over their body. You will not be able to tell the features, movement, smell, anything different between her, that, and a real woman. And that is not for us. That's for the children that are yet to be born 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 2050. Are you kidding me, man? I remember what a gay person looked like in the 70s and the 80s. I remember 42nd Street. I remember Broadway. What they look like now is totally different. And what they will look like 20 years from now, you will not recognize them. Kenshawn, talk to me. Welcome to Sage Talk, first of all. And give me your perspective on this entire discussion.
Oh, first of all, good evening to you, gentlemen, and good evening. I appreciate the network having this platform tonight. And you know, you actually was cooking on the religious part there, and I actually have some questions to you and the gentleman from that. But I would say my first question would probably be, do you think that your faith can protect you from this 30-year evil plan because if you look at the Gay Manifesto, I think that was in 87, or I think that was in 1887. But anyway, the Gay Manifesto in 2022 is actually accomplishing more of their goals than not. And they're accomplishing it in Congress, passing it in Senate, making themselves more equal. Right. They said they would come. They said they would come for our boys.
Well, right. They said just boys. It's just not boys.
Well, they will come for the strength, like Samson. They would weaken and attempt to make us all. Obviously, some of us are not going to be leaders, but they've obviously been successful of making us more like the mothers. Is the best way to put it.
Well, in any society and any infrastructure of a species, there will be an upper class, and then there'll be the class where it will be preyed upon at different stages and levels. The upper infrastructure class will always be a full structure of male and female. How altered they will be, I don't know. Obviously, there will be genetic enhancements because people are going to want to be better. However, everyone is not going to submit to becoming a trans person.
And so then can your faith protect you in that?
No.
Say again?
Can your faith protect you from these things that'll happen around? Let's say us three here, where we maybe have different denominations, but we all believe in Christianity or whatnot. In this coming 30-year plan for the manifesto of the gays or of the
right. Well, the thing is,
can your faith protect you?
if your faith is misplaced, the scripture says you are the blind leading the blind, or you are following a blind leader. So the general statement or question is whether or not your faith can protect you. It's where your faith is placed.
I have to
Some
say, in
people
the
have
society that we have right now,
misplaced
no.
faith.
Thank you. That
Well,
was a great answer.
Your faith can protect you and will protect you, but like I said, it depends on where your faith is placed. If your faith is misplaced, then you are basically holding like when they give you a pill that is not really a pill. What is it called?
Placebo.
A placebo. You just have a placebo of a faith. It's nothing.
I
Unless you
see.
got the real thing, you're fucked.
Right. And from what I've noticed, gentlemen,
That's the best
is
answer I can give you to that.
that's a great answer. From what I've seen, right? We speak about capitalism. We speak about me being the best individual, the best version of myself. I then have a property. I have a home. I build a fence around my yard. It individualizes me more. It makes me not depend on a network. It makes me even further away from depending on my Black community or culture. It then makes me even further into my ego because I'm then accomplishing and becoming more middle class and above middle class. What the gentleman said, no, this society is not conducive to our faith helping us protect us from these things that are coming. So my thing is, in a capitalist society where the society frowns upon you not taking advantage of other people's what they lack, because if you're lacking something, Mr. Sage, I can take advantage of you by my services for that, and you have to pay me. But if you don't,
that's always been in, no, but that's always been in any society, whether we're using.
But we've taken that now to we've taken that now to a level where I think there's no
where
the
it
faith is right, and so I don't.
Okay.
Go ahead. So go ahead. That's basically what I
complete
wanted
what
to
you were
say.
saying, so I can follow you.
So I think that in a capitalist society, holding down your faith, and me as an individual, individualizing myself, lessening my network, and lessening my Christian community or faith together. I think that is
Okay, when you say lessening your network, what does that mean? I mean, are you saying network or net worth? Which word are you saying?
well, if let's say for instance, if I'm a marketer, marketing could make you egotistical, and your accomplishments could make you very narcissistic in what you think you do on your own, or it could make you think you don't need God or you don't need faith. Marketing can do that to you. And so my thing is, in society in general, but I just use that one thing. But that's my point.
Right. Well, those who are susceptible to various form of cultural programming or manipulation, you're going to fall for it no matter. Women today complain about they're not feminine because society did not teach them to be feminine.
And
Women
that's an
say that
excuse.
they're more masculine because society has projected a more masculine type of female.
And that's untrue because they join the workforce. If you join the workforce, you're in competition, especially in a free market society. That way, you need to understand that for you to be successful, and hold on, if you got to be successful in the workforce, you have to develop masculine traits. Because for hundreds of years, men have been the sole providers. They had to kill animal, gut it, and all the rest of that stuff. Those are masculine traits. You're in competition with men and other women. So you put yourself in that position.
You're saying just what I said. You're saying
yeah.
You're explaining it even further. They volunteered to participate in the things that they're now saying have become problematic for themselves, but they participated in that. But the thing is the desire for power, which I think Keyshawn. How do I pronounce your name? I want to make sure I'm saying correctly.
Kenshawn.
Kenshawn. What Kenshawn is touching on is how marketing can make you feel powerful, especially when you're successful at doing it, right? It's no different than a doctor who is a heart surgeon or a doctor who is a brain surgeon. They become, many of these professions or scientists, they negate God. They say God don't exist because their hands determine life and death. So they have this superhuman perspective on how they see themselves. They don't want to give the credit of life to someone else. But when you die and the operation failed, they just said, it was out of my hands. That's the statement, right? It was out of my hands, meaning I couldn't control it no longer. Yes, people will have those type of perspectives in life. If you're susceptible to any type of programming, the programming will seep in and get you. Hey,
That hold
Pink,
on.
what's going on, my man?
Hey,
Better
Sage.
late than never. No problem, my man. Say again.
Hey, Sage, and people don't understand that your own worst enemy is your hubris. When you are considering, depending on what group you're in, if you think you're the smartest man in the room, that's what you need to ask yourself: where's my moral compass is, and do I have a moral contract with the things that I believe in a type of religion, whatever that is that I subscribe to? People, men especially, do not humble themselves easily.
I want to comment on that because I think if we get back to order from the great grandfather down to the grandfather, down to Sage, down to me, the son, and then down to my little brothers, and we exclude culture, just look at it. If I do what my great grandfather did, and everything comes down through to Sage and then to me, it would exclude what society has to bring for us or has to offer, right? And so I think what we try to do is say, this culture does this culture does that. We can do this, and we're excluding order.
I don't think. Hold on. I don't think it excludes. I think it gives us a template to be able to deal with the culture that's surrounding us. But you can't exclude culture, man. There's no way, because that influence is there. It's always going to be there.
So at the Tower of Babel.
One second. You're jumping all over the place. Hold on 1 second. In the United States, there's no such thing as a culture anymore.
100.
Culture.
I agree with you.
Let me finish. A culture comes from a particular group of people who live, speak, eat, dress, worship. All those things are the same for them, and they're of the same people that come back from generations. The structure of the new world in the United States, it's an amalgamation of people from all different places coming in to form one.
And it's built to question yours.
Culture. And in that culture, let me finish. And
yes,
in that culture is being programmed. What you came with when you come here, the second generation, it's gone. The parents that come in their 20s and 30s or in their 50s, they have the culture from where they came from. Their children that got here at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, they will adapt the culture that's already here. The culture that's here is a program that's running.
And the United States is relatively young compared to other countries. So, I mean, like the United States compared to most other cultures in other countries, especially what they call the Western cultures like Italy, Spain, and the rest of those, we're relatively young. We're like 1 year old, and they're 21 years old.
So Sage, those
countries don't have what it takes for them to really influence the world. They don't have money, they don't have a military, and they don't have the media exposure to be able to stretch their arm to reach around the world to make the effect that they want. America has that effect, and America has that support through the UK, France, Germany, and other countries that are supporting the American perspective of the new world and what that's going to be like. America is what the world is going to be like. However, and I will throw this in there, all of this is already foretold, and the end is already foretold. So understanding what they have planned and understanding what others have already planned, and some of us know of the plan. You guys will have to see how the plan work out. We'll probably have a good discussion about that another day, but it won't be on the Lapeef Network. I will have to do that on my network, and I don't know when I'm going to roll out Contrarian Perspective. I want to roll out Sage Talk first, so that might be a year from now or 6 months from now. I'm not You know, that's going to be when you get into these type of ideological conversations. And
Well, Sage, I appreciate you entertaining me, man. I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit, so I'm sorry for driving us off a topic.
no, that's fine. That's fine. And Mr. Kenshawn, did you have something else you wanted to add, contribute, or ask?
Yes. In terms of the religious aspect of it, I think when you just brought up a good point.
First of all, let me ask you a question. What is your
Yes,
religious
sir.
perspective? You've made this the central focus of your talk so far. What's your religious perspective? So I understand your thought process.
I grew up in a Christian Church of Christ.
I don't want
to. Okay.
Okay. You grew up that way, but what is it now? Is that something you still accept, or did you adopt something else?
No.
Okay, so tell me what it is that you believe now, so I understand.
Well, I know myself more. I am a Cancerian, and I definitely believe that we are made out of cosmos, and we are made out of stardust. So, and when I cannot follow my ancestry in line straight back to Egypt because we've been mixed up so much. So
he's
I can't.
Agnostic. Sage. He's agnostic.
You believe. Okay. So you're.
He's agnostic. Yeah.
So there's no theology.
That's not an insult to
religion. There's no theological doctrine that you follow, or what once thought that you believe. Is that correct?
I'm not taking up a book that was made in 2,000 year construct, and you said it earlier. It came from the Book of Nicaea, which is early in 1435, basically before Christ. And
you know, when I hear people say this, I hear ignorance, because
I could go down, but I don't want to change the show.
Let me finish. Everything that man have learned and know come from other men, and the communication, the most enlightened form of communication is written communication, because it transcends time over a long period of time. So when you tell me that you don't read and you don't believe in written literature from the past, then you lack a certain foundation and skills.
I agree.
And thought process.
I agree. That's why you need to learn your history, and that's why I could go right to the Book of Nicaea.
History has been projected many different ways in how certain history has been written. So you have to take some parts of history with a grain of salt, because like you see right now, many people from South America and Central America are migrating into the United States. By 2050, the Latino population is going to outrank the white people and the black people. By 2100, America is not even going to look the same by appearance of people. So when you start talking about history and the transition and the immigration of how people have moved on this planet, that's a whole different thing, man.
I've done so much study, Brother Sage. I've done tons of study. My studies actually come from Greg Alexander. That's the book. I've studied his, and so I know about Hagia Sophia, how it was taken over, Constantinople. What I find interesting is that Yiddish, the only language that was spoken, had no volume, so there was no letters or J, or so this 2,000 year construct of the Gideon's Bible. It's a really it just proves it, you know.
So let me
plus that proves that. So you know.
No, but let me ask you something. Because something is written one way 1,000 years ago and it's written another way today, if the etymology of the meaning of the word is preserved, how does that change what is being told?
It's changed because then now we can go to Peter and the key. We can go to how the papyrus.
No, you're telling me. No, I'm asking you.
I'm giving you context.
What's changed? Okay, go ahead.
So we know about Peter. That was an attempt to try and change the narrative again. We know about the 99
what
page.
Peter and what narrative? Which Peter you're talking about and which narrative?
Peter, the key to the city, and that analogy. So
The
Peter,
Peter in the city. What? I don't understand what you're saying.
do you remember where
Are you talking
Peter?
about Peter, the disciple of Christ?
Yes.
Okay. There is no
So
key to no city. That's what I'm saying. Your understanding is weak, bro. Peter never
listen,
was given any key
I
to
don't
any
want to
city.
go through the whole story, but the analogy in that
Right.
Peter
But
story was
you're
just
making
him giving new promise to some future that is supposed to come
no, but
without
that's not what. But that's not what. That's not what's written in the book. So
but that
you're
but
getting that. You're getting that from a
okay,
theological understanding that was
okay,
taught.
Sage, I
But that is not what's
apologize for
written.
using that. Let me use the direct term so I can get to my point.
Please. Okay.
My point is, right, that we can go to the 99 papyrus protests from the
No, just
Protestants to
give
I'm
me
saying the
actual
changes in
information.
history.
No,
I'm saying
listen,
I'm giving you the changes in history.
listen.
You
You're
asked for me
referencing.
to give me things where I
Let me.
don't
All right.
believe no more because different men wrote different things because they won the war. They took over the Hagia Sophia at the time. Once you win those 4 pillars, I can make you pay any tax, make you follow any belief. I have the army and I have the politicians. That's the 4 pillars, Sage. So people who have conquered us can make us do anything and listen to anything. That's why I don't follow religions anymore. That's my answer.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And you could have said that.
We were conquered.
Like cousin Joey said that like 20 minutes ago. That was your response.
We were conquered.
Was you agnostic?
No,
but
I'm nothing.
Many people listen. Many people have been conquered. Many histories have been written. But
I am a Cancerian.
Okay, fine. You're a Cancerian. I'm not. I never disputed you when you said that. Right. What I'm saying is that just because a perspective is pushed doesn't mean the accurate information is not available. Just because you may not have access to it. See, one of the things about maintaining
but
power,
you didn't deny how.
Let me finish, please. One of the aspects of maintaining power is that whoever replaces you have to know what you know.
That's not been the case, though. We know that, right? Do you know that the Christmas tree came from Germany in 1818?
Listen.
Nobody even knows that.
Listen. If you come up through the Vatican, if you come up through the Rockefellers, if you come up through the former Vanderbilts, if you come up through the Fairchilds, the Morgans, the information that their fathers and their grandfathers know, the sons know.
I understand.
For them to push the plan, they have to know the original things. The original information still exists.
And is written down.
What you talk about the marketing is what you are divorcing yourself from. And based on you understanding the marketing, you're inferring that the original information don't exist. And that's where you're wrong. And that's what I'm trying to get across. But
I think
that's for a different conversation.
Okay. I think this is a great topic.
How many languages do you read or speak as it pertains to ancient writings?
Right now I'm still learning.
I would just say written.
I'm still learning the Egyptian hieroglyphs, but it's kind of easy to learn. I was surprised.
I'm not okay. Regardless of difficulty or ease of learning, I asked you that question because I'm trying to get a perspective as to how you're extracting the information to make the evaluation that you're coming to determination about.
So from basically from the protests of the papyrus on to the wars of Constantinople, you can see where as I win and conquer, I change things up. As I win and I conquer, I change things up. England, the queen. I conquer. I
Caesar
kill my
said the
own
same
sister.
thing, man.
I killed my own
You're saying
sister.
bro, you're saying the same thing. You haven't said nothing new.
Caesar said the same thing. Hey, hold on, say Caesar said the same thing. What they doing, what you have to understand is everybody know that the winner gets to write the history, but that does not mean that the history that they're writing is not influenced by the people that they had to conquer. So you have to dig deep into that type of information. One of the things that I learned when I was overseas, and I spent a lot of my combat in the Middle East. I'm not going to say where I was at because it's not even germane to the information I'm going to communicate to you. But
please.
But the thing is that beliefs cause wars, man, and because of those wars, whoever wins get to tell their side, because everybody is a hero in their own story. Nobody's the bad guy. Nobody's
disputing that.
Oh no, I know. I just wanted to throw that in the context. That's the reason why I did that, Sage, is because he's going back and forth about the information that he's receiving, but until you do the actual research or you get the information from somebody that you trust, you need to continue to do research, man. I speak 3 languages, bro. I speak Latin and read it, Arabic and read it, Tagalog and read it. You need, you know what I'm saying? That's what he's trying to tell you.
I speak Portuguese and English. That's the only 2.
You should be able to learn Latin. Shit, Portuguese ain't. Portuguese is like a half a step from Latin.
One of the things with Portuguese, it doesn't refer to any ancient documents. So Latin.
No, I actually learned that to speak to women.
Latin is the mother of so many European languages. So when you know that, you have an advanced study that you can compare. You can read it in the French, you could read it in Italian, and you could go back to the Latin, and then you could compare it to the Greek.
Thank you.
That's what I was trying to get from you when I asked you the question.
Okay.
Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to just tell me a process of what happened. You're giving me the marketing story, and I'm asking you.
That's why I don't believe in the religion. That's why, because I think everyone who conquered.
But you said you came up here because of some religious aspect. 3 of your questions have been based on some religious perspective. And when I asked you when I said, well, you know what, if you're coming from a religious points of questioning, what is your foundation there? And that's where we went off, on this tangent. You don't have none. So I don't understand why you're basing your questions.
Well,
I wouldn't. Sage, let me say this. Your belief in religion still does not have any effect on the people that you have to deal with that do believe in it. Do you know there are more people that believe opposite from you than you believe? And you still have to conduct yourself in such a way around them that you look like whoever you're trying to portray yourself as. So keep this in the back of your mind. You still need to know the information. You still need to know it. Whether you believe it or not is beside the point.
You talking to me or you talking to Keyshawn?
No, I'm talking to Keyshawn. I already know you know it. Says I talk to you and ask you questions. Okay. I'm telling him that whether or not you believe it, it's beside the point. You're in a society where there are copious amount of Christians. So whether you believe it or not, you still got to deal in that society. You still
I agree. I fully agree. And I do know it. And in fact, I grew up in a Christian church. I grew up in Church of Christ. So I was able to read tons of different books, tons of different relations, how they had. But my point, I understand my answer. Okay, have you ever watched the movie Prometheus?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would give you some context to like the Anunnaki or people who came here and shapeshifted us. Or you see the spiral on the ambulance. The spiral on the ambulance represents how they genetically modified you.
That's and we can go. At all. That's not what it means at all.
No,
that's not what it means. That's not what it means.
But come from at all. That's not where it comes from at all.
But the snake on the ambulance.
Your source. Okay, let me ask you my question that I asked you before. You're asking questions based on a religious ideology. If you don't
believe in
ideology, why are you? What is the purpose of that?
You're assuming that I don't believe in anything. and I'm sitting there.
No, you're talking about a religion you don't believe in. You're talking
I don't
about
believe in any
religion.
I don't believe in any religion.
Exactly.
I don't believe in any religion. So
you just
that makes
contradicted yourself.
So you guys won't validate what I do know because I don't believe any religion. You won't validate anything I do know. Okay, go ahead.
Joey, allow him. Let me have this back and forth with him for a second.
Yes,
I
sir.
did not make an assumption. What I did was I asked you a question, and you went off on a tangent. I asked you, "What do you believe in?" And then you went off on a tangent. On
Nothing. I said no religion, but I gave you a reason.
Okay.
Yes.
Granted. Okay, we got to that point. Now, my response or rebuttal back is, why have you asked 3 or 4 questions centered around a religious response to the conversation that we have had today and the societal change and how it will go? And one of your questions were, having faith, will your faith protect you? That was one of your questions. So if you don't have a theological background in any particular doctrine or religion, faith comes from one of those 3 as a conversation. So I'm trying to get your point of view on why you're asking religious-based questions when it took us 20 minutes to get to the point that, what you have said, you don't believe in any religions. So is there another perspective as to why you're asking religious-based questions so I can follow you? It will help me.
No, it could mean that I don't disrespect Christians. I don't disrespect them at all. I love people, but it doesn't mean that if I ask you, what would your faith do if they have babies in these they can incubate the babies now without the mother's uterus. And what I'm saying is your faith or our faith, can it protect us in the next 30 years pertaining to the actual topic?
Okay. But you don't have a faith.
It doesn't matter, because what I'm asking is, if you know all of this technology will take over the womb of a woman, which won't need us anymore, how will your faith then help you?
Okay, do you one second?
Not mine.
Do you have a womb? One question. Do you have a womb?
No.
So where did the us part come in? It'll affect them. If you look at the title or topic of today's show is, when is a woman no longer a woman? And how has female empowerment affected them? So the question or the topic of today's conversation is about taking power away from women, the one power that have made them who they have become today. And once that's taken away from them, how will that reshape society? That was the conversation. So
you don't think your faith will help the women coming up in these years to come, right?
Well, I think
faith is individual.
I already answered that, but
good answer, sir.
Okay, the answer that I said was, it depends on what your faith is based upon, because your faith could be blind. You could be like, there was a preacher that just got arrested by the FBI yesterday, right? The guy that faked that his church got robbed and he lost 400 grand. Now they're investigating him for extortion and all kind of crap. So if you're following a guy that is a leader of a faith that is a scammer, and everything he taught you in your mind was based on what he said, and he's a scammer, your faith won't help you none. That's what I'm saying.
I agree. Okay. I agree. And so what I see coming for the how they're genetically modifying soldiers and now, because I can tell you, I know for a fact, I follow on Instagram our rescue, where they rescue hundreds of children. And I won't go into it anymore, but it's a very big feat. They actually have tunnels, evil people, where they can incubate children without kidnapping them and transporting them, or however they, ship these children off and traffic them. So they have caves where they actually don't need to take your children off the street anymore and put them in a van and run away. They're coming to a point, brother, like you said, where they're incubating the child. And now we're not needed at all. And so I see a dark time coming, and I'm just saying, for the people out there who have faith, the evil out there, the principalities and the powers that we're fighting, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, we are
You know
going
what?
to have to stand up.
You know what? Hold on. You know
One
what?
second.
I
No,
hold on.
Joey,
Okay, go
Joey.
ahead.
Do
Yeah.
not be
Okay.
disrespectful. I'm the host of
I'm
the
sorry.
show. He's
I
speaking, and I'm
apologize.
allowing him to speak.
I
Don't do that.
apologize.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm
Let's be
finished,
cool.
sir. I'm finished. You can go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Joey.
No, what I'm saying, the only thing I wanted to comment on is I am glad that the perpetrators of those crimes don't need to take our children. What I am disappointed in is the fact that if what you're saying is true and they are doing that, then why is it being allowed? And how come you have this information and none of us is doing anything about it? Because I haven't seen anything like that. That was what I was going to ask. Sage, so sorry.
Well, I didn't speak to that, Kayshawn.
You
was
can
speaking on
follow
it.
our rescue. Sorry, Osage. Sorry.
Okay, not a problem. I am not really familiar with the various sophisticated ways in which humans are being trafficked. Uh, there are many evil things happening on this earth, and it's all being perpetrated by human against human. We have to understand that. Okay. However, before I go further, I just want to. Carlisle says Keyshawn is saying that that symbol is likely older than the Bible mentions. I understood what he was saying. Most people really don't know how old the Bible is, or what they've been told is what they wanted them to know. The Bible is far older than most people believe.
But Sage, do you know that Isabella, the first queen, Queen Isabella, she killed her sister Mary to have King James write that in 1811. You know that, right?
Queen Isabella.
Queen
Isabella lived in the 14th century, and King James lived in the 16th century. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Queen Elizabeth, her older sister. Her older sister.
Are you talking England? You're talking about
England.
Queen Elizabeth,
The first. She killed her sister Mary to have King James book written in the way she wanted it to be translated. And at this time, a Christmas tree came from Germany, which represented the way they believed Christmas or should be celebrated. So the Christmas tree.
Queen Elizabeth I was a black woman. She's not white. And no, she did not have to. Mary, Queen of Scotland, is the mother of King James. She was married to King James V, which was King James I's father, which is king over both England and Scotland and what we may call Wales today, Ireland, Wales, right? Over the 3 Isles kingdoms.
1811.
The thing is way before that, because King James.
No, I'm talking about when she
in his 40s in 1611. Now, the whole issue of the writing of the Bible is
1611. Sorry.
I don't want to. Right, I understand. Trust me, when it comes to numbers, I don't forget shit. I studied this 40 years ago, and it's still sealed.
So
I'm a different kind of dude, bro.
So I know we are smart enough to know that if a woman kill her whole family to just so she can rewrite a book, like I'm not gonna not only that I'm
listen.
No, whoa! I got a question. Who killed?
What are you talking about?
No, who killed their whole family? Because Isabella was not her sister; that was her cousin, and she was married into the family, and she didn't kill nobody.
I ain't disputing nothing what y'all talking about. I'm talking about how somebody was killed. Somebody was killed who was the queen. They killed somebody to enforce a book to be written. I ain't disputing none of the history y'all just spoke about. Why y'all doing that and escaping away from what I'm saying is beyond me.
You're saying
no. 1611, a Gideon book was written.
And equating them as the same time.
The book was written because her sister got killed over it. So
trying to apply it to a period
that is factual, and I can send you that facts behind the screen. That is factual.
Okay. So
So that goes to the strength.
My point again. You're making an argument against a philosophy, against a theology.
I'm strengthening why I don't believe in religion.
Listen. Let me make my point. I listened to what you had to say. Against a theological doctrine understanding that you totally don't believe in.
Because someone killed somebody.
Listen, because the argument that you're making is totally against that, the Christian doctrine of today. So if that is true, why do you keep asking about faith that's based on a theology that you don't even think is of any value?
Because I think that's why I said, black people, do not worry about this ball dropping on New Year's Day. Do not worry about this Christmas or celebrating the darn thing.
Keyshawn, I think you got something in that cigar, or you had another one earlier. You're going way off topic, bro. I really want to end this conversation dealing with the topic that we started, and you are making this some kind of religious, theological conversation that could go down a rabbit hole that, quite frankly, I would...
No, this is actually...
You're not on the level to have that conversation with me, and I'm not trying to be insulting.
This is a Maduro cigar.
Right? Okay. No, I'm not. I'm being facetious. I'm just being joking when I said that, right? But my point is that this is a conversation that can be had at a different time on a different subject on a different network. On my network, I would do it. I wouldn't have it here. I told JR from day one, I will not make this a religious platform for whatever I got to talk about, plain and simple, right? And if you want to have that conversation, maybe one day we will, but it's not going to be on this particular topic. The topic of today is the topic of today. And if you can't loop what you're saying into the topic of today, I'm not going to be talking about faith, doctrine, theology, the history of the Anunnaki. I'm not getting into that conversation. I'm not going to get into the history of the kings and queens of England. Because unless you got the book of the Heldries and you know them and the descendancy of the families, you're going to be in a whole different conversation, bro. I'm going to run roughshod right over you. And I don't want to have that conversation here. And this is, I don't look to browbeat people. But when it comes to certain history and knowledge, I will decimate you. Not just you, but a lot of people. So, and I don't go that way when I talk. I try to be humble. I try to be respectful. And I give people an audience to speak. But I don't like you going off. I have to put you back in
definitely.
I'm gonna thank you. I'm gonna thank you for coming up. It's 7:23. I'm gonna end the show. I'm gonna give my closing to the audience. Think about what you contributed to the show, and hopefully Sunday show, if you do come back, have something prepared for the subject matter of the conversation. Don't take me on this wild goose chase.
So right? I didn't address generic babies being made. I didn't address the fact that what they're doing.
Wrap it up in a couple of sentences, because that's
I
why
didn't address
you up, because I wanted you to address those things. So go ahead.
But I didn't address any of that, Sage. I didn't address any of the genetic babies, the fact that they're attacking male masculinity and making us turn gay or making us be bisexual. And 30 years, you're saying I attacked that.
That is programming. That has nothing.
But I came here to attack that subject.
The subject of today has to do with being able to remove the womb of.
That's genetic babies.
Listen. And the ability to make children outside of a woman's womb.
I didn't speak about that, Sage.
That has nothing to do at the moment.
Sage, you're doing me wrong. I spoke directly about those things.
You did spoke about it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I'm saying.
You went off on the other stuff.
Because it upsets me. But it upsets me. That's why, because it upsets me. It really does.
Well, wait until there's another subject, or
Sunday.
Make a request and send them. Drop 100 in the super chat and say, "Hey, JR, I would like to hear Lee's point on Sage Talk Lee on this particular subject. Can he do a show on that?" That's how you get a subject of your discussion that I would entertain. Drop 100 in the super chat right now. Send in your topic, and I'll see if we can do it on Sunday. That's how we get business done over here.
Chat Nindas, let's go.
You, not the chat. Yeah, I like that. Oh man. Okay, no problem, brothers. Hey, cousin Joey, as usual, it's a pleasure having you. Definitely look forward to you stepping through again, possibly this Sunday. And
Uh,
Keyshawn or Kenshawn, your first time, not a problem. You were a little bit like a drunken
Passionate.
man. Maybe you're doing a drunken master kung fu on me. I don't know.
Drunken
But
But
Master Kung
I'm
I
Fu.
passionate.
welcome you to come back as long as you can stay on topic or at least do well enough to tie your dialogue or perspective or point of view on the main topic and keep it there and not have us go on these these sidetrack rabbit holes that the audience came here for one discussion, and we can have multiple circuit discussions around it, but we can't like go way left field, right? I don't want to do that,
Right.
but I much appreciate it. Thank you
Thank you,
guys.
guys.
Hey,
Have
Sage,
a
can I
good
say
one.
something
Hey,
right quick?
sure,
Sage,
go
can
right
I?
ahead.
Hey, all I wanted to say is, hey, I just wanted to apologize, man. I wasn't trying to come at you with no disrespectful stuff. That's not in my bailiwick at all. Every time I talk to you or Chaotic or any of the rest of the Lapeef Network, man, I try to keep it 100. So if you felt that way, I'm sorry.
No, number one, I didn't feel that way. Number two,
Okay.
feelings is not a word you should use with me because
Oh,
I'm not a feelings kind of guy,
copy that.
right?
If you thought that
What
way,
I yeah, no, I didn't even think that. I didn't think that. I just wanted to maintain a level of respectable control so two and three people are not talking all at the same time. And because he
copy that.
had the floor, I wanted you to allow him to say what he was going to say, and then you could have followed up. That's all I was saying. It was
Copy
just
that.
courtesy. Yeah, that's all.
You know
Yeah,
what? And then I will make sure I extend better courtesy next time.
no problem. Good enough.
All right.
Okay.
Good night.
Have a good one. Hey guys, woo! This has been a long one. We clock in 5 hours. I hope you guys appreciate the conversation and the discussion today. Obviously, we went left, we went right, but I think we finally came back full circle. I think men, like Anton says a lot, you got to get your money up. You got to put yourself in a position where the decisions of the few won't have effect on you being part of the many, right? The other thing is women, I think you really have to consider what role you're going to play in the next 10, 15 years and what life that you really want to see pan out. Not only for you yourself, if you're in your 20s, for those of you in your 30s and 40s, unless if you already have a family, much of this conversation probably won't affect you. It will affect your children or maybe your grandchildren if you have them. It definitely will affect your grandchildren for sure. But ladies, I think it's gonna politically, because you have made certain stance to put in power the people who have been fast tracking and rolling this stuff out for so long. You've somewhat hamstringed yourself, and this technology will roll out. And like I said, it's going to roll out in the military first, hands down, because the funds that it's going to take to do 30,000 kids, the military wants to explore that. That's for sure, right? The enhancements, no doubt. But there's multiple prong projects acting simultaneously. What this ecto life really gave me the realization of is how all the various technologies are coming together to make you almost irrelevant. And the relevancy of a woman is the procreation of life. And if you lose that, your voice is gone. Your power is gone. Men who will desire you will want you only for sex, because at that point, he can make his baby. He could use you for sex, get another woman's egg, use his genes, make his own child, know that that child is his child, don't really need or care whether or not you will be faithful. The structure of society will flip completely. And a lot of it will have been based on your actions, your drunken behavior with power, making your emotions law. A man looking at you because he likes you or a man hollering at you because he likes you is not a threat to your life. Men have been hollering at women from as far back as humanity existed. And in less than 100 years, you're making reckless laws that in the end, see, men are solutionists, and men plan long term, and men know how to keep secrets, something women can't do. Now you're seeing some of the plans that men, not black men, but other men who have had the power are rolling out. And they're taking the power away from you. How this thing is all going to play out probably is yet to be seen. But I'll tell you one thing, men who are successful, like men are leaving to go overseas to deal with a woman that they could get a better understanding and communication with. That's a choice men are making. But there are certain men probably that won't leave the United States. And if they have the money, they can make choices outside of you and don't even have to deal with you. They already said by 2050, 45 million women in the United States or something like that is going to be lonely by themselves. Single female household with no children. Major institutions are making investments in building units to accommodate you, investing in the things that women like, cats and wine. Like, there are people who profit off of, how can I say, of the destruction of others, of bad decisions. And your bad decisions as a group will make people rich because they don't care about your feelings. Just like how people profit off of war and investing in war machine, people can profit off of the demise of your bad choices that were made 40 years ago. That's just the way it is. Nobody's going to care when you die. And I just wanted to pull your coat on this, because what I would like to see is the behavior, communication, and actions, particularly from Black women, because my concern first is for Black women, that you guys make a paradigm shift in the way you think, act, and speak, particularly when it pertains to men, Black men like myself and others, younger than me, of course, because I ain't pushing up. But if I come back to New York City, I might just holler. Anyhow, this is Sage Talk Lee. I'm signing out. See you guys next Sunday. And I look forward to bringing you a nice hot topic for us to discuss. Have a great evening. Enjoy your night. Get a good meal. I'm going to go grab me something to eat. Sage Talk. We're out of here.